changing colour. Here we go.
I've done it again.
Here it goes.
I keep pressing the wrong one, Bronson. Bloody hell. Turn the volume down. That's it.
Right, something strange in the neighbourhood. Hello, Nandor. Hold on. What size shed? It's 12 by 7. Something's gone wrong down here, look. Extra paste left on there or something. No, I think it's come out of that hole. So, if I remove that, put a bit more paste down there, and it should be good. Who you gonna call? Exactly. Hey, Helen Handel, yeah. Food for tonight. Unless we recycle our electronics, we will run out of precious materials to create new devices. Huh? Perfect. Chill and Relax is streaming too. What the hell? We've got too many streamers now. New scope gets delivered tomorrow. Very excited about it. What did you go for? Hello, Pitco. An AliExpress trinocular. Oh, there you go. Saw it now. Perfect. Slide it off. Hopefully we don't get any attached balls. Any attached balls there? Don't see any. Perfect. Final reflow for no reason at all, because these balls actually look fine. Just one number. I'm planning to get a Tom Love TM3K-3D just because the arm is extremely helpful.
Part 2 of the
That's
Shark
cool.
Radio.
I would love a really decent scope, but I really don't know what to look for. Post it in Discord, 8-bit. I'm streaming while I'm watching you at the same time. Part of 2 of the Shark Radio. Let's go. I'm on time. Hello.
Alright guys, I'm watching Andy at the background while he's doing he's doing donor report repairs. So today I've had a little bit of a shape round of because the lighting was just too bright yesterday. It was just too vivid, and I've just had to make something. You're gonna laugh. I've just had to make something up of when it so I could just. It's only a make do thing, but it works quite well. I'll show you what I've quickly done before I start on this part 2 of this Shark Radio where we left off from yesterday. I just managed to get. I went down in the shed and managed to get some planks of I think they're like featherlac planks that you use for fencing. And basically I've used that and I've makeshifted to put a couple of brackets, and do you know what, it's worked out quite well. Let me guys quickly show you what I've done. As you see, I've got Andy running in the background. Right, I know this lead ain't very short, but you're going to laugh at what I've done. I've put some planks going up, all the way up from here. And what I've done, it only took about half hour. I've cable tied that end all the way down to that side of the thing there. So you can actually see from this side, and it's going all the way up. And then, you know, and do you know what? It acts off. It works very well, and it's give off a nice, just right bit of lighting. Of you know, use a little bit of initiative, a few screws, couple of brackets, and it's a make do sort of like do for your lighting, and it's ideal. It ain't going to go anywhere. It's only holding an LED light up. So I thought, because yesterday it was just too much in my eyes, and it was just a bit too much in that front. So, and I've managed to spin the camera around, the 4K camera, and put it the right orientation, because it drove me absolutely nuts. So I can actually move the screen around, because this streams in 4K, but it obviously goes magnified. So if I want to zoom in, I could just zoom in like that and just pull it in and move it around, because they're fixed zooms on these webcams, but the quality, and obviously the sound quality is so much better. So what I'm going to say is, yeah, thanks guys for actually turning up. I know I'm still watching Andy doing these. I do like to watch other streams. Yeah, so where we left off from yesterday, on that front, so I looked at this, I wanted to look at this power supply, and basically see where, I know now where we left off from here, which I wasn't happy, because I desoldered the wires. I wanted to see where the wires, it won't complete the circuit, because it killed it, it was dead, obviously because of transformer. I've done a little bit more investigation off camera, and yeah, you can't get the transformers. It is literally just dead at the end of the day. Nice. I have that light rail above my desk. Yeah, do you know what, Kafor? I mean, have a few sort of, you ain't got to have it too mad, because I built my own desk and it's over 6 foot long. It's completely junked up, you know, and you can't buy tables, so it's just easier to buy the materials. I got them out of B&Q's. I think the whole table set me back about just under 30 quid with all the wood. I had loads of my dad's nails and screws, and you know, I had a bench saw, put it all on the bench saw, cut it to spec, and it's just the right size of what I need, and it's solid. It's absolute, you cannot move this, you know. When I build something, it stays up. So like when I've done my shed, it's just completely on another level at the end of the day. But now I want to build a bigger shed, because obviously my shed's full up, so I've got other stuff in there. But using these, I thought, I don't want to keep buying materials from B&Q's and Wicks, because they're just, wood, timber at the moment is very expensive. It really is expensive. So I thought, you know, I had an old fence, and I took all the fence panels out, so, because it was a featherlap one, and that's what these are, featherlap. So I thought, I'll sandwich a couple of bits together, bung a couple of screws, put a few brackets, and it's temporary. So the good thing is, I can take this down. But, you know, it looks part of the bench now anyway, so, and it's all been stained red cedar, so it ain't going to rot. So I thought, well, I might as well make it to good use, and it's now the right height and perfect, because my webcam's right underneath it. If it works, it works. Yeah, exactly. It does the job. So yeah, what I was saying is, I was looking at this transformer, and I'm waiting for a guy to ring me, get back to me, because I looked at the other day. When I looked, I was looking at this, and I'll show you guys what I was looking at the end of the day, and it'd be just easier. because if I open the phone up, you guys can see a lot easier. Because the good thing about the Fold, you can open it up as the size of a tablet, which this is the reasons why I wanted to buy the phone at the end of the day. But these ain't cheap; they're really expensive. So what I'm going to say is, when I looked at this, I was looking at, it's called a voltage power adapter, right? And it's AC to 265 volts. Now, this is what a transformer does. It takes the voltage direct, governs it down to give you your voltage out. And because this runs on 9 volts, I've been looking at this. Yesterday, I was thinking about a buck converter. Unfortunately, they don't do one big enough to actually take it down from 250 all the way down. The most they go is 48 volts in, all the way down to 5 volts, which would have been perfect. But it's 48 volts in. It's not. You can't put 240 in. It'll just go bang. You'll blow it. But this one, it looks like that this does it automatically. It's been filtered to take 265 voltage to DC direct current to 9 volts, 500 milliamps. It's a little bit down on the milliamps, because it relies on about a 1 milliamp, but that's perfect. I think that won't be any issue, and that's only £5.36. So what I could do for the time being is do a temporary fix to get this radio up and running, and I think I'm going to invest in one of these for the sake of £5.36 and £1.72 postage. What I want to do is put that transformer in its place. So I will take the wire directly from the main plug, because that's where it is in circuit anyway. As I looked at the board and the way it was laid in, it was purely for that reason. So what I need to do is just put that device in its place, and just solder the wires into its place. Basically, I might have to do a bit of bridging, but then this should power up directly using that, in theory, and it's worth giving it a go. I mean, at the end of the day, I've got nothing to lose except for putting all this back originally was, because I like to put things back, because you can't buy these. So I think I'm going to invest in one of these, and I'd like to give this a go and preferably come back to this. But what I'm going to do today, I do want to get this mod done, just in case this don't work at the end of the day. I'm willing to give, roughly around about £6-7. If it's a foul, it's a foul. It doesn't matter. I'll still have the system working. So all I'm doing is partly modifying the actual main piece, the actual direct current board itself, because of the transformer's gone. So I'm thinking that's going to be my protocol of actually doing that. I will do that offline and obviously get that ordered tonight. So I think what I'm going to do, make a start is I'm going to desolder, which if I can move my camera out of the way on that front. So yeah, I see Joey's on. Everyone's streaming today, so I'm going to boot up the soldering gun, and then we're going to go from there. I'm going to take this back off again, and then I'm going to do where we left off yesterday, because I wanted to find out in circuit where this was going, and it wasn't going very well until I started putting it back, and then I had power. So now I know what wires to join up. I need some shrink wraps, which I'm going to need. Grab some shrink wraps, balancing everything. This lighting system is better, because yesterday it was just too much in my face. It was virtually blinding me. So I thought this actually might be a better idea. So what we're going to do, I've got some cheapy that I bought off eBay, a mixed variety. I've used loads of these shrink wraps basically, and these are great because I can actually put these in and over the wire, and it won't make any contact on it. So that's except the dog knocked it, broke the casing. So yeah, not great. So yeah, that's all right. We can put that back for the time being. So wire flying DC cable. What's that? The buck converter is only for DC, right? Yes, DC. It says AC, but alternating current is the same as DC current. It's just one flows, one's direct at the end of the day. But it's still 265 volts voltage up to maximum. So I ain't worried. Whatever that's going to go into that device, it'll have its limit. Nothing's going to go past the UK standards anyway. So that then should govern that all the way down to 9 volts, which is that's what all that transformer does. It just trends it from there down to 9 volts. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm willing to give it a go. It's an experiment, and if it don't work, it don't work. But I can't see why it shouldn't. The only thing that I might have to make some alterations, because this transformer, at the end of the day, because I don't know in the circuit, there might have to do some bridging for it to connect, because you've only on there, obviously, you've got power going in, obviously from one end of this, and then the other one end. So, because the way I'm looking at this in circuit, we've got one end for one. So this transformer would have been the 110, basically. This would have been the 110 to 240. So one side of that would only be for the 110, which I'm not really bothered, to be totally honest. So that will be totally redundant. So I would leave that off and just solder the 240 side or the 250 side, and then the other side would be your output. So it's not really an issue anyway. So it's just that one side of that won't work, basically, which I'm not really bothered. But what I will do, I will take the pin out and just take the pin out, so that way, just in case it don't cause any issues, because we're only in that. Because I do want to put this radio back to get it in full working proper order. But I'm going to do a temporary fix today, because I do want it. But what I'm going to do, I'm not going to drill any holes in the cabinet just yet. I will just make a wire coming out from the battery side with a temporary barrel jack, which I'm going to look for, and then I can go from there. Because if that does work, I then can put this all back properly, and it will all be fully working, hopefully. So, first things first, let me take out these pins, and I'm not happy the way some of these are. Right, I think that's going to do. I'll tell you what, them desoldering guns are fantastic. If you guys ever want to get into something that start to do the DIY and other bits and pieces, go and grab yourself I got that one of Temu, and I paid £80 for it. It's a proper desoldering gun. It's a soldering station. I mean, you can't win with one of these. I mean, these are fantastic. I mean, the amount of work that I've done. The only thing is, don't go too mad with the temperature, because you'll delaminate the board and you'll take all the traces off. But these are really great. It's only an 80 watt. It's not powerful. I mean, that's what it pulls, 80 watts. It can go up to 24 volts on that front. But it does. The fan's a little bit noisy, but it is what it is. I mean, it's an entry level. It's not a professional level. I mean, at the end of the day, I know Joey's got one of them. I'm not sure if Andy's got one as well on that front. But yeah, so I think what I will do, I think I am going to stick to what I said. I'm thinking that looking at this, I'm thinking, because one side's only going to be 110 anyway, which I'm going to say that will be, because the earth will be shared. So looking at this, the one side will be one live. I'm going to say like the bottom end and the top end are going to be the lives. So so this one would be the live, that one would be the live. So that would be the 110, that would be the 240, and the middle will be the ground pin. Because when I look at the middle, it's going directly to ground. So it looks like it's pointing in that direction anyway. So I'm thinking that's a protocol that I'll do. So I won't need that pin. I will just take it out of the 110 side, and preferably what I could even do, make a cut on that side so it doesn't make a connection. You know, so don't actually, it does force in it, but it won't anyway. I mean, but for safeguarding, I will cut the trace and put a bit of solder mask on, so it doesn't make that connection. And but the time I put the wires in, because these are going to be the inputs, once the input goes in, that then, because that's when the power supply goes in, I will cut that side so the wires will get soldered. So when the wire goes in, it will go to them 2 pins, go through that device and come straight out, and then go into, as it comes out, it goes straight into the fuse. So it will still be fused anyway, which, you know, then in theory all that's done is bypassed and done away with that transformer. So I would say I'm not going to discard that. I'm going to give that a go. I'm thinking it's very interesting to find out that I said yesterday, surely a buck converter would do that, and no, it's not. They're not big enough to actually take that huge amount of power. The max they can take in is 48, which is not enough. It's nowhere near on that front. So yeah, the reasons why what we're going to do today then. So I'm now going to, because I've got I'm looking at this. If I bring this over, and actually, if I move, let me move the camera. Right. So looking at this. So if I bring this in, let me bring this in. You guys can then see much clearer. Let's have a quick drop of water. My throat's like bloody sandpaper. Jesus, got a very dry throat. It's a lot better with that lighting there, the way it is. It's not saturated, which is really good. So basically what I want to do is, because I don't want to take the wires off this, because they're going to have to go back on, but I probably would put better wire on, because this wire is not the best, and I've got solid stranded core wire, which is this stuff, and I've got, these are much more, because these are a really rigid wire. Now I bought a range of these of Amazon. I think I paid about £13. It wasn't a lot at the end of the day, but it's got all different, but it's really rigid wire. So it's one stranded copper wire, but it's roughly around about, looking at that, actually, let me just quickly, where's my, I think that looks about 1.5 off the top of my head. And I'm trying to find my other scope. Oh, there it is. It's here. So, right. So I'm pretty sure the copper strand for that, I don't know if it's 1.5. Let me get me digital calipers, and then I can know for sure. And let me switch it on. And then what we do, we'll zero it, and then I'm gonna just 1.57 mil, 1.58. So yeah, what it's coming up 1.58, 1.58 literally on that front. So yeah, it's about right for what it is on that front. But yeah, that's you don't. I mean, you really want to. That looking at that, I'm going to say that's near enough. That they will go in moulds, no problem. Could have done with a little bit more smaller, but it'll do the job. But I'm probably going to replace that and then colour code it, because I've got all the colours here. I've got white, red, black, yellow, blue and green. And in the black I could just put black. The yellow, the left and right, I could put yellow and white, which would be about right. The plus, the B plus would be a red. So yeah, that would work out quite well. And I'd wire it direct. Because this stuff, I was struggling with this yesterday, and it was a joke, because it's pulling all the strands and it's just splitting. It's like a split hair, which is not great. So I'm going to widen these up before I do anything, because they're going to be replaced. But for the time being, I want to do this mod just to prove that this is working 100%, because yesterday I got sidetracked. And what I'm going to do, because you guys was interested in someone talking about retro, and I get sidetracked very quick when, you know, when it comes to retro stuff, and I love it. I get just as much interest in retro as what I do in repairs. I think more retro because I love showing the original hardware and what you can actually do with the original hardware. So, and that's what I want to do. I want to make a second channel, and now I've got a capture card. I still need to take the RGB, which is your sync elements with barrels, and then I've got to find a converter to actually put it into HDMI. So it's going to have to be some form of box to convert it, and then I can put it in the Elgato capture card and then stream it, so you'll be able to see it while I've still got the webcam going. OBS is alright, it's great for that, but it's not. OBS it's a bit up and down with the system. It's very temperamental. You make you make a mistake on it, which is quite easily to do, and then it throws a wobbler and then it don't work. Then you've got to turn it all off and restart it, and it seems to be alright. So it's a little bit on the buggy side, but it does work. A lot of people do use it. So right, now I'll sandwich these. What I'm going to do is, now I'm going to look at the board where this come from, because it's got the same layout as on here. So we need to do some bridging now. So the left is going to be at the top, which will be, if I pull that one out, God, this bloody wire, it's unbelievable. Yeah, I need to separate these a lot more, because I need to strip these back. But I think I'm gonna do that anyway, is take that board out and literally resolder it with them wires going in. But before I do that, just cut a piece to see if it actually fits in that hole, because if that's 1.5, 1.58, 1.57, that might be just a little bit too thick, and I don't want to take these wires out because these are properly soldered in. I'd rather extend the wires on here, which might be the easiest thing to do. So yeah, I'm thinking that they're going down that route. But yeah, so we've got the top one is labelled left. This one is labelled ground, which this is what's happening. And we've got ground. We've got, what's the next one underground? So we've got R. So R, so left and right. So these are going to be your left. These are going to be your left and right. So these two here, I'm going to twist these. And really, if I got some sticky labels, actually that'd be great, because I'd rather label the left and right, so then it don't get muddled up. I have got labels. It's just that where the bleed now are they? Because it's like everything else. I'm the most unorganised person going, because the amount of consoles and the stuff I've got on the floor, because I've literally got no room in the bedroom. So give me 1 minute, guys. I think I've definitely got some labels. I want to label this up at the end of the day. So just turn this down just a tad. Lovely. We put that on there. Did have some sticky labels. Yeah. I've got. I think I've got my mum done me some sandwiches today. So the time I ate my other sandwiches last night, it was about bloody 20 to 11. So it was a bit late. I don't like eating that late. Not very good. Let me have a quick. I've got what's this? I've got a Patek ZD915 desoldering gun. Nice. Okay, for it's. I'll have to check that model out. Is that any good on that front? I'm not 100% sure, but I only know that the ones that I've played are where. Yes. Yeah, I'll have to check that desoldering gun, because the Mendit. Do you know a bloke named Mendit Mark? He's quite famous on YouTube, and he's got an industrial thing, and it's beautiful. And I love all the industrial stuff. I don't know where the heck he managed to get that. I bet that weren't cheap. You know, it's a bit like it's a bit like Retro 6's website. When you go on, when you see some of his stuff, that Black Widow camera, £6,000. Wow. I mean, you know, that really is something, saying something with that. So it's a lot of money to part with a 6K camera. I mean, they're charging 6K for it. You earn good money, I suppose, and you can afford it. I'm pretty gutted because I have got a stack of labels and I just cannot find them. Oh my god, this front room badly needs tidying up. Badly needs tidying. I'm using it as a working place. Right. No, Bronson, it's not for you. Let's see if I can find. Because I moved half of this. There's sticky pads. No, there's sticky pads. I want to put that 4K. I want to put that camera back up, but I'm waiting for the arm. It's coming from It's coming from not AliExpress. Who's it? Temu. I've ordered it from Temu, and it's made out of aluminium. You know, when I checked the price on eBay, it was bloody £37. I went, I'm not paying that. I managed to get it off Temu for 17 quid. Free delivery, so I'd rather wait for it to come from China. So wherever they're shipping it from. Oh, we are, look. Yeah, I do. Didn't see that. So I mean, got stuff buried literally everywhere, and it's the most unorganised section going. So well, I've literally got some. That do, and we're going to use this. And then what I'm going to do, it's just easier if I label these, and then I don't get confused with the label. So I'm just going to put initials, SPK, short for speaker. I'll take a pen. And that's what I wanted to follow. This is what I should have done yesterday. Now I've sort of, right, so SPK, short for speaker. Lovely jubbly. Right, so we've got this one here, which would be ground. So I'm going to label that as G. So if I know where to label these, then that makes my job a lot easier, because now I know, right, I know that one is, so that is a G. GR. GR, short for ground. So that leaves with two more. So the next one should be a B+, which should be for your speaker, not speaker, it will go to battery, to B+, that's what B is, so it needs to be BAT for short. So looking at that, and then once I've labelled these, then I can do one at a time and then take them off at the end of the day. So I'm just going to call that BAT. Double T, and then I'm going to put plus. That's it. So that is a battery plus, short for battery plus, and the other one should be ground. Bottom one should be ground. So that makes that easier. It looks a bit of a jumble cell, up and down, and it's all over the place, but it makes my job a lot easier because now they're segregated and it just what's on. So we want GR. Right, GR. Now they're labelled, what I need to do first is, before I attempt anything, let me move that. Let me go into my box of bits, and now I need to look for a barrel jack to actually put these in, which I've got over here. This is the reasons why I want to, let's push this up a little bit so these guys can see. Sorry guys, let me put the things on because I can't see. I've got a 21-inch little widescreen sort of thing there. So identification is key. Of course it is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's always right. It says 140 on the back, but I paid the same as you. You did it for, right? Okay, so yeah, that's actually more. It sounds a bit more of a power thing for that. So you know, it's probably a little bit more power. I mean, it goes all the way up to 450 degrees. So you know, it does the job. It's just that the fan's a bit noisy. What I can do to that to quieten that down, and I have got, because I used to deal with computers. I've got boxes and boxes of stuff with computers. So what I could actually do is, the chances are, is run my power meter, see what voltage that one is and what it's outputting, and I think I've got what they call a nocturne fan, and they are pretty expensive nocturne, because I've got one in the PC jerry rig behind me, and you can't hear it. It's ultra quiet. But them fans start from about £20 and above, depending on size. The bigger you go, the more expensive they are. I think I've got a 5.5 inch fan in that one, and that was about £36 just for the fan itself. But they do have a 3-year guarantee, and they do give really good guarantees, Nocturne, and I like them. But they're really quiet. They're one of the quietest fan in fan technology, and they've put them in a fancy case. It's like a book. It opens up. It's really nice. So this is what I was saying about with when Andy was doing repairs. When I started watching Joey, and when I found out Andy started doing, I wanted to get him to do repairs. I mean, like I said, I've only been doing it for the last, coming up to now, nearly 4 years, and so I'm still a noob comparing, but a lot of people said the exact same thing, right? When you've got old TVs, broken VCRs, you know, and I'm in a situation where working with St Francis that they throw a lot of electricals away. So what I tend to do was rip the boards out, like I've done with these. These were broken TVs where they had busted screens, and you can't repair them at the end of the day. So I nicked all the deflector boards, and most of these are off hard drives, deflector boards, you know, of the main thing. So, and these, I mean, the boards were probably fine, but now I use these as donor parts and practicing on. And this is what I'm saying. It's true, Andy just said. So if you keep buying, right, all you need is a cheap setup, and you can gradually improve over time by replacing bits. But working on these, you can take the chips off with a desoldering gun at the end of the day, or hot air station, and take the chip off and then clean it and then try to reflow. And you do get better over time. And I haven't got to that stage yet, because all I've been doing lately is just repairing consoles, you know, with problems. Just, all right, they've not been major. So I do want to learn. It's going to be a learning curve, because I want to start learning now to do HDMI ports and things like that. And I've got me zoom gun, the actual magnifying thing, but again, I'm waiting for an arm to turn up from that. So yeah, I mean, look, I've got bits. There's bits of Bluetooth radios in here, and the good thing is, you know, my boss, she always ends up throwing all this stuff out, and I'll say, please don't throw it, I'll take it. And you know, and it's not that I'm getting like old man Stepso, where you're gathering all this stuff. It's just that it does come in handy, because all it's doing is that it will save you keep buying it. I mean, I've got bits of PlayStation 4 broken controllers in here at the end of the day. I've got a box. I must have about 5 boxes filled up with PS4 controllers, which I've not even tested. There's a box in there, literally turned on the floor, and I can see at the top, there's Xbox One controllers. I've not tested none of this stuff, because the time I do bits for St Francis Hospice, come back home, pick the dog up, take my mum out, come back, I'm not getting time to go through it. It literally, you know, I've got to be up and do the same thing again. So my day gets taken up. And sometimes when you're doing these repairs, you're not always in the mood, you know. And I'm not saying that I'm not bored with it, but you've got to be in the mood to do it. And Andy feels that out on that front. Yeah, like here. Like here, look, I've got an old, I must have labelled these, old Xbox 360 PSU fan, works, but it's noisy, basically. But I'm after a barrel jack, and guess what I've got? And I've just found one. This is why having a box of parts is fantastic. So every time my boss throws more stuff out, I pick it up and take it home. And I went, no, don't throw it, because the chances are I'm going to have one. And I've just found a 3.5 barrel jack connector. So if I had to go and buy that, literally, that's probably going to set me back about a couple of quid, including postage. Well, now I don't have to spend that. I've got the part in it. Also, got another one. This actually might be better. So that looks like to me another 3.5 inch barrel jack connector, which I'll probably end up going down that route and putting that on there. So there you go, problem solved. And then that way it makes my job easier, because now I ain't got to worry about searching. This is the reasons why spare parts and put them in these little boxes. So yeah, that's ideal for what I want. So just going to quickly test, make sure it's got continuity. So yeah, this is definitely interesting. So I want to make sure that this is not faulty, because remember, these were all thrown out. So I want to just let's put that in there and use guys. Now I don't have to turn things upside down, because I've now flipped the camera in the right, the sort of right direction where it needs to go at the end of it. So yeah, so so what I need to do is put one end on one. Have we got? No, it will help if I put it in correct. We have. So out should be out, which it is, and the inner should be the red, hopefully. That works. So there's nothing wrong with a broken wire, because the last thing I don't want to do is end up putting that all back and it ends up there was a break in this wire, which I didn't really want to, worry about. I thought, oh no, I'd rather not, to be totally honest. So now we've done that, let me just have a quick look just to make sure that it's still going. Yeah, that's all good at the end of the day. So yeah, we go on to that front. And then it'd be easier. Oh, right. So let's bring the radio back up. Yeah, I'm not going to give up with that power supply. I'm just not at the end of it. So I'm thinking that it's. I'm thinking that's a good move. After doing a little bit more investigation, I'm willing to give about £7 and give that a go. I mean, this is what I love about learning about repairs at the end of the day. What if it don't work, surely because not everyone is brainy as Retro 6 and try to reverse and mend it mark. They know how to sort of like re-engineer it, basically. They know how to do a complete tear down and reverse engineer the system. That is quite involving, and you really got to know how to reverse the engineer really know where all these parts have got to go and redesign the board. That's on a completely different level whatsoever. So I'm not that sort of technically minded. I mean, if it was a computer, then yeah, I probably could, because I grew up with computers. So computers is not, is sort of my key. But when it comes to electrics, I'm not that advanced. So I'm still learning. So I'm thinking that that to me, replacing that for the sake of £7, I've followed the trace. It's actually quite simple. It's not complex. It's really simple layout. We've got input, output, and then fuse. So that shouldn't be an issue to start with anyway. So what I'm going to do, what we need to do now. If I bring that back up, okay. Let me just have a quick drink, guys. Sorry, my throat is really dry. I hate dry things on it. And I got some pot noodles today, so went to Tesco's in Basildon this morning, and drove up there and managed to get myself some bits and pieces. And I've got actually, let me see what ones I've got, because they're Worms' favourite. He likes pot noodles. Grab myself. So what I've got, managed to get myself 2 pot noodles. So on that front, yeah. So I've got. It looks like chicken, Chinese chow mein, and a chicken and mushroom. So basically, obviously these were on a little bit of a sale, 80p and £1 at the end of the day. So but I do love the pot noodles. So I thought, oh well, I've had both. They had the bad boy, the Bombay bad boy. Didn't like that. The kebab. No, Sharwood's has started to do them now. I see Sharwood's started to do pot noodles, their own brand, but it was butter chicken, and it was a tandoori something. And I went, oh no, not in a pot noodle. I'd rather stick with what you know. And these are 4 minutes. You could literally, it does its job within 4 minutes. So you only pour the water in, done, leave it. It's it. So yeah. So what I'm going to do is, on that front, we have just a quick read of the messages, and then, I've got a big box of random boards and 1 box of power supplies. Yeah, correct. Yeah, correct for us. I've got next door. I think I've got a big box of power supplies, mixed power supplies, and I've put on there mixed, because again we're not allowed to sell them in the shop. They're forbidden. So anything like that, they would go in the electronic waste bin anyway. So because once the bin fills up, they take it away. But if there's anything salvageable in there, I'm allowed to take it, because I ask permission. But I still put in a small donation at the end of the day. It's my way of saying thank you, and it went to a good cause anyway. But my boss is pretty good on that front. So so they're always handy to keep having power supplies, because it's like remotes. I've got a big box of remotes underneath there, and they're all different remotes. Remotes are expensive, especially like this one. This one wasn't designed for my TV, but it operates it. It don't operate it fully, but the back's missing. I ain't bothered. It's all right for nothing. But there's a prime example, stuff like that. As long as they're on near enough the same frequency on that, and if you're not sure with frequency, there is a way of telling. What you need to do is open it up, press a button, and then use a the digital. You can use an analog or a digital oscilloscope, and then probe it, and it will give you its megahertz, what it's putting out. And I'm pretty sure some of these were like, they range from 2 all the way up to 7 megahertz, depending on the frequency. So, but you do need an oscilloscope to actually find out what frequency it's running on, because you need to probe the board. The board would then see it clock, and then you'll be able to tell from the clock of what type of hertz that's giving off. Which multimeters don't do that unless you've got a fancy one, and some of them do have that sort of functionality in. This one don't. This one's quite a good make. I think this one was about £70. It was a mid-range. It was the LINIT, and this is the UT60E. Now this is quite a good model. This is what they call an entry level things on that, but it has got megahertz on it. It's got the HZ, but it hasn't got the frequency what it needs to pick up. I'm pretty sure this picks up, without digging out the booklet, it does quite a lot, but I forgot what it does. It was just doing loads of things, but it's not the frequency for picking up. For that, you need an oscilloscope for these type of controllers to find out what frequency they're on. So yeah, get back to that. So what I need to do is take speaker. I need to put battery to battery and bridge it, basically. I think that's what I'm going to do next. Take the ground, take the two grounds and ground them together, and then, because the speakers are separated, basically. One speaker's down there, so they're not going to bridge. But the plus and the plus, if I squeeze that just a tad, you know, and if I could take that off, I only wanted to. What I need to do? Where's my wire strippers? These are quite good. These are the Dexton sort of fronts, and they can be a little bit false on that front, but they strip lovely. I've got my original ones that I got from Woolworths, and you cannot buy, and they don't even sell them online. I've not seen them, which is my gun. Which, if I show you where it is, I've never seen a gun like it, the type of strip wire gun, and it's a really unusual sort of thing. You can probably buy them. You can get them off AliExpress. I wouldn't be surprised. Have a quick look. Yeah, this that I bought when I was working in, obviously, I was working in Woolworths. Woolies had sold a little bit of everything into Woolworths, and they had this little compact kit of wire strippers, and I've got the box. It's buried in the cupboard with lots of other stuff that I probably have not even got round to having a look. And I've never seen they had this little wired stripper, and I tried looking on the net and I found one, and they wanted like £40 for it. I only paid about £5 for these. It was in a set, because when you work in sort of Woolworths, they give you a 10% discount, which was not a lot, but it was quite a lot in the 80s. I suppose it would do, and I've still got it, and I'm still using it, which is fantastic. This is what I love about owning still a lot of me 80s retro stuff. So yeah, I was pretty chuffed on that, and I went, and I'm still using it as from today. It's good. It can be a little bit aggressive at the end of the day. So let me see if I can just use this gun. Yeah, see, look. That's got a bit too aggressive, and it's pulled most of the wires off. See, so this is what I was saying about earlier on with that type of gun. It's good with thicker wires, but not good with thin wires. It tends to rip every strand out of it. So I tend to use these. And this one works lovely. It don't strip any of the wires. It comes out flawless every time. So what I need to do, I just want to make a good connection, because I need to make a bridge, because this wasn't making, when I desoldered the wire from that board, you remember, it didn't work. So let me move that out of the way. So what I'm going to do now is bridge the two grounds together. Right, so I'm going to take that one ground off. This is why I temporarily put labels on everything, and then I can take them off one at a time and then go from that. So now I'm going to take the ground, yeah, this gun works flawlessly every time. That other one's a little bit more fierce. That's great for taking thicker wire, not for thin wires at the end of the day. So what I'm going to do, just for the time being, I just want to test this just to make sure that this is now working, because it's now out of circuit. So I have took that out. So the next task is now to put in my meter, and it should remember, yep, it has. It's got 9 volts, 1 amp. So basically, I want to see if it actually works now, because now I've bridged the wires so that should now, in theory, which I'm going to spin it round and show you guys I'm not lying at the end of the day. And before it just let it do its magic, and then we can see it go from there. So yeah, so what I'm going to do is switch her on, right, and straight away it's pulling, which is now fantastic. So it's now doing its job, and it is working. It is literally pulling the power it needs. So that's what I'd done wrong in the first, because I was trying to follow the circuit and why weren't it working. It's now making the connection, so we're putting power directly if it was coming from the board itself, from the main board. So we've got 9 volts and it's pulling roughly around about 136 amps, which is hardly anything. So it's not going to be nowhere near the 1 million. It's not going to be the 1,000 amps that it's going to require, the 1 amp at the end of the day. So 130 point, I won't say it's 0.13. So a 500 milliamp is going to be fine, because if that's giving off 100.1 of an amp on that front, so 500 milliamps is going to be ample if that works, and I can't see why that shouldn't work. So let me see on that front. So yeah, we're going to put that back on there, right? So let me just put that back, and you can actually see. So if I move this over and bring the camera in, see, this is why I want to get a better arm. This one's not great. It's too retractable, and it's too springy. If I bring it down, it springs back up. So I'll have to hold it down, so because it's the thing on it. So yeah, let me. Because I want to show you guys. So I'm not lying on that front. So yeah, so what I'm going to do now, and you can now see it is now working 100%. Which is perfect. So that's actually working lovely. So we're not having any issues now. We've now got power direct, and we now don't have the power board connected. It's completely now disassembled at the end of the day on that front. So yeah, I'm quite happy now. I don't have to do the mod from the battery side. I can now take it now directly from the power side, not from the battery side, which I didn't want to take it from the battery, because what if I would have took it from the battery, if there would have been a short, ground to short, that would have gone up the battery path, probably through to the cassette, took the motor and took a damage to the actual control board itself. By this going through, what I could do to be safeguard, before now I know this is now wired up correctly. We've got the 2 grounds grounded, we've got the left and right for that, so that's not a problem. We've got the live, we've got the 9 volts going in to the battery side. What I could do to safeguard this, to stop this from being ground to short, is let's put a little, if that was putting 136 amps at the end of the day, which is hardly anything, let's see if we can try and put a little, perhaps you can even put a 1k ohm resistor through it at the end of the day. You don't want to restrict the power too much, or see if we can find like a little fuse. I don't know if I've got any fuses. That's the only thing. I would have liked to see if I could put, if it's not pulling any more than 200 amps at the end of the day, which is hardly anything. Amps is 0.2 of an amp at the end of the day, that's not going to be hardly anything at all. So, you know, I put in probably like, I don't know the lowest resistance amps of the fuses that they can actually do. If I could put that, I could bridge that in between, and then I wouldn't have an issue if there was a grounder short along the line, or if the power spiked, it would take the fuse before it takes the board. As long as I know what amperages that's actually pulling, which now I do, which I am going to make a quick note that there, because again, it's great to know this stuff by jotting it down, and then you can use that for future reference. So I'm going to put it's 9 volt, and it pulled point. What did I say? It pulled a point about. Let me put that in again, and then it tells me. So it's 0.1. And let's see if that makes a difference if I put the radio on. Have we got the radio? The radio pulls 0.0071 of an amp, so it's not even 100 amps. So the radio takes more power at the end of the day. So if I put the power in, it's pulling about 123 point, 125, 126. So give or take. So 128. So if I say 130, that then, yeah, it's not going above 130. It's not going. It's pulling about 128 at the end of the day. So give or take. So yeah, that's interesting because you've got the wattage at the bottom, and it's pulling about 1.1 watts of power at the end of the day. But yeah, it's just peaked at 130. And then it's gone to 131. So yeah, you know, that's interesting. So the power's fluctuating. 133, it spiked. So if we say no more than about 140, right? I'm going to say no more than 140, and then that way I know it's not going to go any more. And then see what I could do a bit more investigation of offline. And then I can take it from there on that front. So I can see what I can see if I can get a fuse holder and a fuse like a bayonet type of fuse. You know what they use for cars, and so you just slot in. They're easier, and see if I can try and get something that's low voltage. Ideally, what you want to do if I was doing it this way, because I'm doing this out of circuit, because this board was doing that for me anyways, because when the power goes into the transformer, then, because if you look at the way that's situated, you've got the power in transformer, and then that runs parallel to the offside of the transformer transformer before this goes to the rest of the circuit. So the fuse is then protecting the output of the transformer, but it's not protected for the input, which is because obviously of the switching system that it's got into place. So I'm thinking that because that's the way they've manufactured it at the end of the day, if they wouldn't have put the 240 into the 110, I wouldn't be having this conversation, and it would have been fine. But if there was a ground to short somewhere, then I could have found it. It would have been easier, because I could have just lifted up one leg at a time, desoldered one side, tested its resistance, and then it might take you quite a few hours, but you'll find it guaranteed, because there's a couple of little boosting chips on there. I can see two. You've probably got a couple, and you've got some decouplers on there. But looking at them, unless you've got a little mini oscilloscope, you can probe it anyway to see if it's actually clocking, because all chips give off a clock at the end of the day. So you would have found it anyway. So yeah, I'm thinking, because I'm doing this out circuit now, this is now not connected because it's totally redundant from the actual thing. I need to put this through a fuse system low enough that it powers through, right? Because it looks like it peaks up just before 140, about 136. then it dropped down, and then it was peaking up to about 130 again. So it's sort of stabilising on that, and that was just running on the tape deck. The radio pulls a lot less because obviously there's no moving parts. It's just going through capacitors, resistors, and ceramic capacitors and diodes. So looking at that, that's not anything moving like gears and motors. It's going to pull more watts. It's because it's mechanical. Anything mechanical is going to pull more. But I'm thinking that will be a sensible move. So if I can find a fuse, preferably in the region of about a 0.150 at the end of the day, and if that pulls any more, it will pop the fuse, stop it from blowing the board. So because it's not these radios don't pull a big load anyway. At the end of the day, it has this transformer, but in theory you didn't need this transformer. You know, I'm sure they could have come up with a much better idea than having this daft system what they had into play anyway. At the end of it. But it was just the way Sharp manufactured. Remember, Sharp was made in Taiwan. So, like a lot of their stuff was made in Taiwan in the mid-80s. Now it's made in China. Taiwan, you don't get stuff made in Taiwan anymore. It's all made in China. China is the main industry of electronics. It just literally, that's why you got places like Temu, you know, and all of the other bigger brands, because these are cheaply and pumped out. You know, power supplies from China, you have to be careful. I've seen them get very hot. They're not very well regulated at the end of the day. They've got poor components in, and you can have a fire on your hands. And when the British Standards Authority, when they've done some testing on some of these cheap power supplies, they've known to catch a light. You know, so you've got to be really careful. You know, they're cheap for a reason. You know, you're all right for things like remotes and things like that, but when it comes to high-powered stuff that's got 240 volts in, you know, I'll give you for instance, the heaters. They was under investigation, and in the end, they was deemed not to be used because they was overheating and literally catching alight, catching people's properties alight, which no one wants to have a fire in their property, no one. So, yeah, I would say be careful with that type of gear when you're ordering it at the end of it. So, unless it's isolated, you know, the more isolation the power supply's got, the better it is, you know, at the end of it. With these, the reasons why these very rarely went down is because these were running through a magnet. Magnet extracts heat. At the end of the day, all it's doing is it's just heating up the element, but the magnet's taking it away. That is why there's no other heat element around this, because the magnet's doing its job, you know, and it's cased in steel. So you've got a steel casing, magnet, copper wire wrapped through. It's just unfortunate that copper wire with that solder mask all wrapped through it there's probably a burn right through there. And you'll have to get through very thin layers to actually find that burnt wire. It's not worth trying to repair it because it's virtually nigh impossible unless you've got a rework machine that can do it. So, I would definitely say that with power supplies, I'm a bit dubious with power supplies, always have been. But I'm going to look into now off camera, when I finish the stream, I'm going to look to see you know, now can we get somewhere about 0.15 of an amp fuse, and I will run it, stream it in, put the fuse first before the wire, before it goes into the board. So if it does spike, it will pop the fuse and not the board. So I don't, you know, otherwise you're going to do more damage to that if you start putting in more voltage. And power supplies are so finicky. The old tech especially is even worse, which I end up just, you know, this is reasons why I'm always testing everything, is because you tend to get a bit paranoid, and it's good for a good reason, and you know, because these old power supplies break down and they encase them in resin. You know, the Commodore Amigas, the Atari STs, the Commodore 64s and the Spectrums, they're encased in a resin. So they've got a big transformer in, just like that transformer, but the fuse is on the board, but they put the resin in. And I've already got an Amiga one, and before I go crack onto this, and I'll show you exactly what I mean by telling you the next part. This is a Commodore Amiga. This is Amiga, isn't it? No, this is the Commodore 64 power supply, and this is what I was talking about with here. There's a component gone bad on here, but underneath, looking at that, I can see an issue with this already on this power supply. And this is, I ain't looked at this one yet. I opened it up because I just wanted to have a look, and already I can see a problem with not resistors, not diodes. Because the diodes are they're running in parallel. I think it's like a form of they got the lines in. I can't think of the name of them at the end of the day, but they look like there's a burn mark right in between, and I'm pretty sure that if I put my meter on them, I bet the value of them are too high. They're way too high on that front, and I think that's what's burnt this power supply out at the end of the day. And it's because nothing else. It don't look too bad, but I can see that burn mark right in between there, and I bet if these little pad things, if they burn out, then you're going to have a problem. But I did have an Amiga one also that had a fault, but it was covered in resin, and I couldn't do it. So I haven't got round to sorting this one out yet, but I've not checked the value. But it looks like in between them two, there's a really nasty burn mark, and I bet they've completely all gone, which is a shame because, like I said, to buy them power supplies for these, they're like £35–36. They're really, they are pretty expensive when you have to keep buying them. I draw more current with the speakers are connected. Actually, yes, yeah, you're right. I'm gonna put the speakers back, and I think you're right. I think because again, I'm not taking in consideration of when you're putting it under full load. I suppose when you're putting the tape. Once you put a tape in and you've got the speakers, I suppose it would pull more on that front. But the tape is the most big puller when it comes to electricals on that front. So yeah, I think what I'm going to do is let's extend the wire now. So now we've got this working in circuit and we ain't got the power side connected. I can now disconnect that. At the end of the day, I'm going to leave that red one on there because I know, well, I don't need to because it's going to battery at the end of the day. So on that front. So yeah, I now don't have to take it from the battery side. I can take it from the power side where the power board would have gone, and we could go directly from there. And then I can connect this, basically this barrel jack, extend the wire with some shrink wrap. Extend the wires from there, and then with that way I could power it up directly from the 9 volts from the little adapter I've got down there that's on that front. So I thought, yeah, that'd be great, but I will put it back together and test it, and then I can rewrite it down. But it's just a guide. I only use these as a guide anyway, because that's why I always keep notepads and see what power it's pulling, because it's important that you need to know the value of what these machines are pulling, because then it can help you guide onto the next part what to look for. Because if you know that something's not quite right, you think, well, hang on a minute, I tried that a minute ago and it was pulling XYZ. This is the reasons why I like taking photos. My phone's full up with bloody photos, but I still take thousands more. But I always take photos of why what direction they go, and also I always use notepads, and I've got sticky notes on most of all this stuff where I've wrote down the problems that they've got. and then that way I can go back to future reference and think, well, a minute ago that was pulling 9 volts at 1.2, now it's pulling more. Why is that? And you can use that as a future, and you can investigate it and go from there. So yeah, I'm thinking that was a very good move, but I am going to do that before. I'm going to literally plug the speakers in, extend. The first thing you need to do, let's grab some wire. Let's grab some of this. This wire might be a bit too thick now, isn't it? That's another thing, right? Again, wire is important, right? And the reasons why I say wire is important when you're doing extensions, people don't take this in consideration, is just that when you're actually putting power through something, wires get hot. So it's, you know, when I wired my cooker up on that, it's supposed to pull about 6 amps, 6,000 amps on that, and that's quite a lot of amps on that, but they was using 6 mil. Well, I like to go overkill on that front, and a cooker pulls roughly around about between 16, and it could pull anywhere up to 32 at the end of the day, depending. Most of these ovens are economical, they're pretty good on that front, unless it's an old one, because yeah, obviously you've got an element to heat up. Conventional ovens always have. And when I wired my cooker up direct, it come with the wire, and it was thin. It wasn't the greatest. It was standard for the cooker, but I wanted to know that I'd rather go above and beyond, so I used 10 mil, which was 10 gauge wire. And this stuff, you had a job to bend it. It was literally, it was so unbendable. You really needed to put a lot of strength to try and bend it. But to me, the reasons why I went down that route was for 2 reasons: because of the amps it pulls, right, and also that I won't ever have any issues of it, sort of, because of the heat. The more amps it pulls, the hotter the wire gets. And this is again how fires start, and wires are a big factor to play on that front. So yeah, but I went above it. I didn't put it on, and I put the 10 gauge wire on, and it was overkill, but it was worth the overkill on that front. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to measure the resistance of the wire, the thickness of the wire. So I wanted to 0, and then basically, and just measure the thickness grade, because again, the thickness grade is actually quite important at the end of the day. So that looks like 1.41 mil, 4.1. So let me grab some of this wire, and we can then, I think this is slightly a little bit thicker, 1.78. So it's 1.78 to 1.5. Yeah, 1.75. So this is ideal because it's overkill at the end of the day. I mean, this is the reasons why, again, when people say using the wire, but what I'm more concerned is the wire on this is nowhere near the same thickness grade as this, which is not ideal at the end of it, because again, it's the amps, it's not the voltage that runs through it. A voltage, DC or AC, you know, at the end of the day, it will flow in one direction, or it'll be constant, or it'll just flow. You know, that's the idea of AC DC. So except for the singer, but it's the amps. If there's roughly around about on that, now I measured that was roughly around about 1.4 on that. So what did I say that was? That one was 1.7, but I'm not worried about that so much, extending it. What I didn't take in consideration was this, because this is why I wanted to get tested out, because the wire on that is very thin. So 1.51 of the wire. So let's double check that. No. So looking at that, yeah, 97. That's not great. and this is 1.43. So I mean, you know, it's going to be fine. It's not ideal at the end of it. I mean, looking at that, they did say it's about 1.05, and this is 1.4. So this wire, this is what I was saying about earlier on, about when it comes to checking the condition of the actual wire itself. You know, because again, it's what you're putting through it, which is not ideal. Let me move this out of the way so I can see the thing on it. So yeah, it's not about extending the wire. I've got plenty of decent wire. I was more concerned about how thin this wire is, because again, it should be fine. It's not going to be pulling a lot anyway. What size wire is that? For what wire are you on about? What, this one on here, the strand core wire? I mean, you've only got your black and your red anyway, but this was pulling, the measurement on this was 1.05, and the wire on this from your red was 1.45, and the wire on this was 1.74. So this was actually much better wire, and it's copper straight connected, so there's no different strands in it. It's one solid core wire, which is ideal. But it's not about worrying about extending, because I don't really need to extend it, because that I'm not going to be drilling any holes, because I want to do I actually want to put it into put the power supply back in once I've ordered that. No, it's not what I meant. What size wire is important. The wire, I mean, it's going to be fine for what I'm going to be doing, but I don't want to use this long term because of the strand is on here. There's hardly any strands. Comparing, if you look at the strands on this, there's more strands because there's obviously more connectivity, because it was coming off a main power board, i.e. this power board. So obviously you need more strands to get much more better connectivity at the end of the day. And this is how the elements start heating up, because it's pulling, when it's under load, obviously that you need more strands of wire for it to go through to make that connectivity. It makes sense. It's like electricity runs in one direction. You can flow backwards and forwards, and it needs to be constant. And the trouble is the less strands on these, that means there's more heat that's going to be building residual on them thin strands, so it's under load more. So that's how, hence then it gives off heat, because that's what I'm saying, it's going to heat up. It's not ideal, because I'd rather go over than under at the end of the day. But you know, it's going to be fine for this experiment, and it probably will be fine throughout its life. But I'm not going to. This is only going to be a temporary fix. So you know, I don't, because I want to put the original power supply back and run it directly from the actual barrel, the figure 8 connector anyway. Because I'm going to be disconnecting the 110 side, because I'm going to order that. I'm going to order that component, take this out, which this will be the next thing. I will get this taken out because it's dead anyway. There's no power from this whatsoever. It's just running in millivolts. That's not enough to power this up. So 240 is going in, nothing's going into this. So this transformer is dead as a doornail. So it's obviously it can't get out to the rest on the board. So that's what I want to do. Take this out, put that connection in its place, then that will go to the fuse. That fuse then will power up, because it will have the 9 volts coming out, and then it should power all this up properly, and then output into the 9 volts. So because it's running on 9 volts at the end of the day, and 1.5 volts times 6 would be about right. It would be about just over 9 volts. So, and then it goes through and then, you know, running fine. So I do want to put this back. So I will take that transformer out completely. But yeah, the wire, getting back to that, I'm thinking that's going to be a temporary measure. So I'm going to have to be really careful here, because this wire is ultra thin. Bronson, now don't start pestering your dad. Right? So, because I know what you're like. You always pester me when I'm doing something. Let's lift that up. Dick. Hello, boy. He's a big character. What do you want? What do you want? Guys, I think he might just want to go down for a quick wee. Give me 2 minutes. He wants to go down for a wee. Let me take him down for a quick wee. Come on, take him down for a quick wee. Hold up. Yeah, you want to go to the toilet.
Put that in the A. Lazy symbol. Tiny. Sort of gone. Yeah, support again. I don't understand. Could be worth Daddy. You could be working with one of mine. Do you want to buy your DS's? 3DS's? Still so stupidly small. I've got Matthew James. Eh? Oh, easy. Easy extraction. Let's see if that short's gone now anyway. The switch disasters I've created. Oh! On a stick one. What one is that? Short gone? What? Sick. On the sick one. I'm still sick. Oh, but power through power one. Oh, did I misread it? Did you really put sick? Not sick. Oh yeah, on a sick one. Sorry. I'm gonna change my sorry. Good boy.
No, I'm not giving you anything else. Andy's still doing donor boards, bless him. Yeah, because I live in a ground floor flat, first floor flat. I have to keep going down to take him down if he wants to go to the toilet. At least he tells me. He's actually pretty good on that front. So yeah, let me just quick. Oh, I'm out of breath now. Running up them stairs. Right, let's see. I've got to be careful with the wires because I don't want to. This wire is a lot thinner. It's not ideal. This wire is oxidised and all. I can see it. I don't need a microscope to see that. That's another thing with wire. What was it? One of my friends, before he died, he bought a bird bath, and it was like a stone plinth with like birds coming out, and it was a waterfall, and it had a pump, and he kept plugging it in, and it kept knocking all his power out. And he said to me, "You're good with electrics, John." I said, "Well, I'll get by." I said, "You know, I know, you know, I sort of know what I'm doing. I'm not a complete novice." And he turned and he said, "Can you have a look at this bird bath I went round there and had a look. It was only round the corner. It weren't too far. So I had a look. Took my multimeter. Took my screwdriver. First thing I done was open the plug. My God. Fuck, I thought, Jesus, how have you not started a fire? The wires were all fused inside, for one, so it was just constantly tripping out. And then, so I started stripping the wire back, and it was a bit like this. And I can see a problem with this wire, which is not ideal at the end of the day. And do you know what? I'm really tempted not to use this, because looking at this, and I'm not just saying it, I can see from my eye, right, this wire is not in the best of health. It's oxidised. And the reasons why I was saying, getting back to, looking at his bird thing, when I stripped the wire back, the wire was so oxidised, it went black. It was blacker than this remote control, right? Which is not ideal, because what that means is there's no connectivity, there's hardly any resistance in the wire. It's now all been oxidised, it's burnt out, it's basically knackered. And, and when I kept stripping it back, I was taking metre by metre, and I could only go back so far before he ended up with nothing. And I went, Jesus, you can't use none of it. I said, it's literally built in the motor so much. I went, no, you're going to have to, you need a complete replacement. And it was built in. So I said, so really, all you've got is a stone statue. And he wasn't happy, he had to take it back. And the owner wasn't very happy about it. I went, well, then he should have checked it. It was for that reason. How you never started a fire, I don't know. He kept tripping his cupboard out at the end of the day. Yeah, but getting back to this, looking at this, the wire is really, really seriously oxidised. Seriously oxidised. Let me go and grab my... let me just go and grab my little torch and I'll show you what I mean.
Highly recommend. Oh, look at that, it is right to the top.
Where is it?
Highly recommend Talk to Me. I think I've already gone through that.
Bathroom. What are you doing in bathroom? Yeah, Andy's he's doing donor boards. I like doing him with retro. Let's have a quick read of the message. Oh yeah, I see the wires, Lo. I see the wires when you get back. No, I mean, yeah, basically, when I look, right, look at I don't know how good this camera's going to pick this up, but I'm going to show you the best so I can. Basically, if you look at the wires, they're not copper, they're actually oxidised, and it's really bad with oxidised, which is really, really, I don't know how well this is going to pick this up, but you can't really, they seem black. They're supposed to be like a copper gold. I mean, that's what it should be. I mean, they're okay, but they're not the greatest. I mean, on that front. I mean, I don't know how far I'll have to take this back, but I'm really a bit vigilant now to use this, because this might not make very good connectivity. We could give it a go. I mean, it's okay, but it's not great. It's dull. It's very tarnished at the end of the day. And let me see if these guys can actually see it. Let's pull that down, and then you can see it. Sort of see it on that front. It's about a 4-second delay, right? So yeah, it's not. It's supposed to be. It literally is supposed to be like pure copper gold connectors on these, and you can actually see it now, and it's not, it's not really great. It's not in the greatest of health. So this is what I was saying about earlier on about the quality of the cable. At the end of the day, I'd rather go up than not down, because this is what tends to happen over a period of time, that these wires start dulling and they start oxidizing. So yeah, it's going to do its job, but it's only for testing purposes. But I'm not going to use this long term, because I really am not happy with that, not the way that is at the end of it. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to wrap that onto the going to wrap it onto the ground. So we've, or at least we've got a ground on that front. Right. So we've got connectivity on that now. And let's see if we can do this a little bit better or not, because this is not ideal for what I wanted to use it for. Because the wire, but we now know that it works from direct from the board itself, and not from the actual side from the battery, which I didn't really want to do anyway. I didn't really want to run it for the battery. The only downside to this is there's no protection. There's no fuse protection at the end of the day. As long as it don't go above 9 volts, I think we should be fine on that front, and I can't see why not. Let's see if I can just trim them up a little bit. Like that. Let's see if we can try and push that in there. And we can, which we can put in. So what I could do is put that in a shrink wrap, and so it doesn't make, because that's a live anyway. I'm not worried about the earth, it's the live. I don't want that bridging, just don't want it touching at all. So let me have a quick look. We should have one of these. Have we got a pair of scissors? Let me grab. See if we got the scissors. Okay. Yes. I think I've got these out of the range. These were for kitchens. This is a storage rack, but for kitchens. It's great for having me tools. Let me just see. Let me see where OBS is. Let me have a quick look. There's OBS. There you go. So I can pull that over. That's it. Yeah. So I can pull that over, and then I can see we can cut that down. I want that in half. I can do the, once I've done the power, and then I can sort the speakers out basically on that front. So we'll put that through there. What we'll do, because this is only going to be a temporary fix anyway. I'm not really bothered on that front. And then what we can do, we can shrink wrap that, and that then won't go anywhere, and it won't bridge, which I don't like doing sketchy things like that anyway. So I like to just take it from that point and protect it, at least that way. 373 Celsius. Now why isn't this working? Here she goes. Shrink wrap. Shear pulling. Whoa. It's so fierce, that is. There you go. That's all it needs. Lovely jubbly. Takes a few seconds of its time just to pull in, because I can get to it. I mean, it's not the ideal shrink wrap, but I just don't want it touching on that front. We'll just leave that for a minute, let that cool down. Now what we need to sort out next is the speakers. So I do need to actually put some form of connector to the speaker, so it might pay me to solder some of the wire of that copper strand wire, and we can take that from now. Now we're going to have a left and right, but it ain't going to make no difference if it's reversed. So the right's the left or the left's the right. A lot, you know, because like you said, it's going to be taken apart. I'd rather it go back to its original. But it will be working. The main thing is we can at least, it stinks, absolutely smells. That is very nasty. Oh, put that up there. Yes, I've got to put this back on at some point. So, but I'm not bothered because I'm not going to be using it on batteries on that front. So yes, that is now soldered on there. So let's take the batteries. Let's take the speakers off. Let's extend the wires from the speaker side. So where is the? We need to do. I've got another half point there, so I should be alright for that. So, this is the reasons why, you know, you make mistakes at the first of all, but as long as you understand and you can try to find the cause and the root of it, even if it takes you 3 times as long, because it's a learning curve, you're going to learn from it. You know, there might be, the next time, you know, I'm in working where I am, there might be another of these radios that might come in. And at the end of the day, you never know. It's going to be one of them things anyway. You know, they might just turn around and say, we've got another one of them radios if you're interested in it. And I'm going to say, yeah, of course. At the end of it, you know, I'm interested. You know, so I thought, yeah, you know, I'd rather learn now. And then I could think, oh, if that's got the same problem, now I know roughly where to aim for. It's like Andy's always doing Nintendo Switches. And you know, he's learning more on them now than ever, because like you said, he starts doing NAND issues and things like that at the end of it. But because he's always working on them, I swear. But I like to be a little bit more versatile. And when you're dealing with more sensitive stuff like this is a different matter. I mean, it really is a completely different ball game altogether, because it's relying on old tech. And old tech stuff is not the easiest. It's a bit finicky. And they can be a bit funny. They don't like it at the end of the day. And I know what these machines are like. So, but we'll get there. The main thing is, right. I don't want to rip any of them. I've got to be careful not to rip the wires out of that at the end of the day, so, which I don't really want to do. There you go. Lovely jubbly. So we've got, oh, where's the, hold up a minute, where's that gone? Oh, it's come out of the shrink wrap. Oh, that was a good bloody shrink wrap, wasn't it? Let me put another shrink wrap on. That was too wide. Oh, that's a shame. It's come out. I thought, what was that doing off? Let's see if put a thinner one on. We should have a thinner one. That was too thick. I don't want that coming out. That's the last thing I need. Right. Scissors. So I want half of that.
No, not yet, Joe.
So let's put half of these. I'll have to order some more of these shrink wraps. Use loads of them. Unbelievable. Yeah, I want to put this back. I don't want these. These are the lives I do not want touching. I'm a little bit dubious on that front. He's having issues of popcorning. Yes, that's quite common. Again, that's delamination. The temperature is too high. So you've got to be careful with doing that, because you can take traces off the board and damage the board permanently. Yeah, at the end of the day. Remember, the older it is, the worse it seems to be on that front. Which I would be a bit dubious about. So... yeah, we're going to leave it about there. That'll hold it into its place as well. That's it. Lovely jubbly. Let that cool down. I don't want that wire keep coming out. It's going to be a bloody nuisance otherwise. Oh yeah, it's still a little bit toasty. I mean, when these shrink wraps go hard anyway, on that front. Let me, I think we're zoomed in too much. Let me just quickly go into OBS. Just zoom out a bit because of this, the way this system is. Otherwise you can't see what I'm doing. And I like to show you of the process of what I'm doing on that front. So yeah, it's fine. Absolutely fine. Oh yeah. So, queued one.
Oh, I'm sliding all over the place.
Alright. So, just have a quick look. Playlists. Just have a quick look on, not playlist, your videos.
Hello Sylvia.
Did I've got 8 views. And right, okay. Right, okay. Yeah, that's fine on that front. Yeah, so the hopefully putting that back on there at the end of it. So hopefully it should be pretty good. So now that's not going to come off, and I can tug that, and it's not coming off. We've got the earth. I've got the left and right. Don't know what's left and what's right. It doesn't matter with speakers, as long as you don't reverse the polarity of the speaker. I mean, these are going to be the plus. That's going to be the ground anyway. So that's the most important on that front. But yeah. Oh, what's happened here? There you go. So yeah. So look, draw more. So let's have a quick look. Yeah, seeing on it. So yeah, hopefully, let's see if we can put in there for a minute. So I've got that put in. We can put that up there. All the rubbish. This is what I don't like. Very messy at the end of it. We've got half a shrink wrap there. Have we got any more? Yeah, we have. Got many now, have we? Oh, we are. Yeah, we've got a stack of them here. Not ideal, and it's not very big. These ones are bigger. Let's grab one of these. There, do. Yeah, that actually that might do. Let's take off the. Let's take that one off. That's it. We've got 2 little connectors. That they're near enough about the same length. They sure are. So we can use them. So what I need to do next then is grab the speakers. They're all nice and twisted on that front. Where's my little pliers? Let me just give that a quick turn. Rather have that, make sure that it's. I don't like twisting the wires because again you're all in its. You could break the strands if you're not careful and rip all the strands out. You know, it's like them other type of connectors that they use. I forgot what they use when they was doing the repairs. They're like a little screw cap ones you put over. Not ideal at the end of the day. So hopefully, just have a quick drink. Well, let's first work this. Never thought of that. Always twist them by hand. Yeah, I don't. To be honest, I don't like doing it by hand or by pliers. If you're gonna do even block connectors are the key number one. You've got them little snap ones that you plug in, and they stopped selling them at the end of the day. I mean, unless it's a copper connector, I always give it like a little hook, then put it in a block connector and then screw it down that way, because I find that gives it a much better bite, and so that way it stops the wire from being tugged and pulled out at the end of the day. It's alright for this illustrated purposes, but it's not ideal. Ideally is if that was me, I would have soldered that to make sure that that wouldn't come off at the end of it. But this is only going to be a temporary measure. But even for a temporary measure, I want it to be safe and secure. I don't want it where it's going to tug, pull. So heat shrinks will help, because that gives it more bite. So, and it also protects it from going to short, which, you know, that's the last thing you don't want to do. So what I'm going to do now is that if I need, now let's sort the, we've got the wires here on this. So we've got the, we should have the ground, which is going to be the black at the end of the day. So we can connect the ground to that, and then I can shrink wrap that at the end of it. And this wire, I can then put, I need to cable tie this at some point. Actually, before I do any of this, yeah, I didn't give that a thought actually. Come to think about that, it's a good idea. I want to sort of connect this, so if I want to run it, because I don't want to permanently mod this, because I want to put the original power supply back and run it on the original power supply. So what I want to do is, if I do like a connection and get this tied, otherwise if this falls in, I've got to keep taking it apart to try and get it. There's not much wire left on this at the end of the day. So I've got to find a way of pinching this wire and not ripping out at the same time, which ideally, I suppose, in what I could have done is, no, so there, I can't use that. See, I can't use that at all. So that would have been easier, is that would, I could have put that there underneath. Let me move it up and I can show you what I mean. I was going to pinch it, but I've got to be careful. This is the actual live, which I don't really want to do. I don't want to pinch lives because it's the most important wire out of the lot. But I want to keep it exactly where it is. Even if I put hot glue over that, glue wouldn't hold it. It just wouldn't. It'll break, because it's got too much resistance in moving the cable. So the hot glue would just snap away at the end of the day. And there's no way of bonding that, actually putting like a bond over it, unless I go over like that. That might be better. Yeah, actually that might be a good idea, because now that the live is away from components, and what I could do is cable tie that. Let's bung a little tiny cable tie. Where's my cable ties? And that might keep that into its place, and we can, you know, in that way it ain't going to come off. Oh, here they are. Bloody cable ties. I go through cable ties like right to nuts. It's unbelievable. So what I want to do is, because I've got to take an earth anyway, the wires are going to be coming up here. It's not going to interfere with this, because the casing is going to be slotted over that anyway, so it's not really a problem. But I wanted to just nip this so this don't move and it don't rip the wire out, which I didn't really want it to rip the wire out anyway. I've got that back to front. That'll help to start with. So yeah, because like I said, I like to see these old radios back to front. You know, I've breathed some new life in it basically, and I like that. I like the idea of that. You know, so if I tie it from the end of that wire, so that way it won't sort of, because now it has to be lifted up to get to it. It won't pull and snap the wire away. So that makes sense to do it like I've just done now. And it's not going to bridge anything. The only downside to that is that I need to keep the wire, it says, I need to keep the wire here and not move back in, because if it's moved back in, it pops in. I'm not going to get my finger in it to pull it out because there's not much wire left on it, and I didn't really want to extend it. It wouldn't make no difference if I did. There's still no way to store it. So I still, even though that's now stopping from pulling the wire and breaking the connection, so that's done two things on that. So yeah, that's actually not a bad idea to actually do what I just done there, but I need to keep this stopping from falling back, and there's no visual way of that happening because, you know, I can't seem to hold it there for some reason. Unless I snip a bit of plastic off on the corner, actually that might be an idea, and I can hold it. I didn't really want to do this because you're making modifications to the case, and I don't really want to start modding the case, but I've got no alternative on that front. But if it does the job, if you're careful, like that, I just want enough for that wire to go through, but you don't also want it where it's going to cut in and cause a problem, which I don't really want to do. Like that. That looks like these little precise cutters. That's perfect. Actually, let me show you what I've done. So basically, and then you can see exactly what I've done on that front. So let me get my little torch, and then I can show you, and I can point in the right direction. So basically, what I've done is cut a little notch in that corner, so the wire should fit through. It could, and you want it just snug. You don't want it where it's going to end up just saying it's going to cut into the wire. And it has, yeah, problem solved. It's just pinching the wire ever so slight at the end of the day. And now that's done. So, which is ideally of now where that wire won't keep pulling itself all the way in or pushing back. So what I could do now is put a little dab of glue over that, which I'll probably end up doing. Just put a little dab of glue over that, and then that will stop it from popping out at the end of it, which I probably will do on it. So I'm thinking that is a great move. Let's go for my glue gun. This thing's seen some days, I'll tell you. Right, let's grab the glue gun. This is, someone threw this glue gun out, there was nothing wrong with it, and I went, wow. You know, and I went, this thing's bloody ancient. You know, it's seen better days. It really has seen better days, this glue gun. But you know, I mean, I can't knock it. It still works at the end of it. But I'm thinking that was a great move. Just pinching enough so it doesn't sort of, you know, cause any issues where it's going to cut into the wire, which I didn't really want it cutting into the wire. I just want it pinching the wire at the end of the day, and that's fine. Let's just caught it in that notch, and this ain't going nowhere. So I want to glue that first, and then we can take the speakers and then put the speakers back in, put the shrink wrap back on, and this should, in theory, should be done. But at least now I knew, compared to yesterday, I wanted to find out why that wasn't working, because again, I've not worked on these. They're all different makes and models, but it's a learning curve. You do get round to it. So yeah, I definitely thinking that you know, now I know that, you know, I could put that back, you know, and this is going to work lovely. This will fix the problem at the end of the day. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could just drill a little hole, put another port on, a 3.5 inch barrel jack connector, and that will solve the problem. I won't ever have the issue. It will just, that was it. You know, I didn't want to have to worry about the power supply at the end of the day. So I'm not really bothered. It's just going to be, you know, it won't have no headphone connection because it's all built in with the circuitry, with the power at the end of it. But you know, it's a small price to pay. As long as the speakers work, you can listen to your music. I can't see why it shouldn't work, to be honest. So let me just point a little bit of hot glue in that dabber corner. Lovely. I don't want to go too mad with hot glue. That'll do. That'll do. A little, as Del Boy says, a little dabber do. Lovely jubbly. That'll do. So that is enough now. I'll let that cool down so we can concentrate on the next part at the end of the day. So, which does make a big difference. So, let me spin the camera around because I like to keep it straight. I hate it when it's cockeyed or anything like that, and then you're thinking, bloody hell, I can't work like that. So, yeah, that's whilst I'm doing it. Just give me a minute. Let me just use the cars in. I'll be with you. Alright, I've got to spend a penny. It's all that fluid. It goes right through me.
All use washers. Just follow what's his name? Funny events. I watched him last night doing the electromassager. He is. Well, that's going to be it for me now, guys. You guys know why they like coming out, so could be now actually. That's every. So you've got my passport. Yeah, see you in a bit, Stephen. Bye, Joe. Bye, Undergrow. You have Gigatronic. Shit, sorted. Thanks for Steve. Catch you later. Bye. No worries about the farm. Have you did? Landlord. Bye, Landor. Bye, Sean. Bye. Right, I'm going now. Bye, all the lurkers as well. I don't know how many of you are here. But bye, Sylvie. Thank you for joining in. Oh, no. Right, I'm going. Oh, no. 3, 2, 1. EDM, button, bye.
That's better. Spent a penny, in for a pound. What's up with Andy's stream? Oh no, Andy's buffering. Oh God, that's not good. He's always having issues with his streaming, Andy. Oh, is it ended? Is Andy's stream ended? He ended. Oh right. Oh, he's finished. Ah. Yeah, you're right. He did finish at the end of the day. Oh, so he must have. What's the time? Well done. What was it? So 4:27. I might come. Mind you, the kids are at home, innit? So the kids are break up at school. I don't know for how long. Now that's gone hard now. Just spent a penny, come back. Now that's not going anywhere now. So which is good. That's good news. Because now look, can you see what I mean? Look, that's not now. It's now not moving anywhere. Let me just move that down a bit more, and you can clearly see. So now that's just sitting now, which that's really what I really wanted to do. So now it's not going to move. So I could put the cover back, and that'd be fine. So I could just plug it in that way. So we've now solved that problem. We now don't have none of that issue that's never going to happen on the front. So so yeah, getting back to now, we can extend we've got to sort something out about the wires. Now I can go down two routes. Like I can now cut some of the copper wire, which might be a little bit rigid to try and bend. It's going to be too much, and the reasons why I say that is because that stuff is extremely hard. I've got some more simple stuff. Let me go and grab it. Now this stuff is ideal. So let me just quickly. I don't want to get done for copyrighted while I'm streaming on that front. Leave Joey on. If we can leave Joey on. Joey's still on doing computers. So he's started to dabble in computers now, which is good. He started learning about graphics cards and repairing and doing that front. That's a big gamble. I personally wouldn't gamble on something like that. The reasons why: graphics cards are much more complex to work on, much more. I know by my 4080 that I've got in my beast at the end of the day, and that is, I've seen what was involved. If the components go on that, there's just far too many to go wrong on them. But they're pretty bulletproof as long as you don't neglect them at the end of it. So yeah, getting back to the wire, this strand wire was... Yeah, he's mucking about with graphics cards. So it looks like Joey's going down the same route of wanting to do something different. So he wants to learn about graphics cards and how to operate, because he's never dealt with PCs. I have. I grew up with them. I virtually know them inside out. So what we need to do, I just want to check the resistance of this, like the thickness of this gauge wire, and straight away it's 203 millimeters basically, and you can actually clearly see this is 200. So this is much overkill compared to the 1.7, and this is what I was saying about earlier on. I'd rather go over than under. Let's go to that. It's about 138, that wire. 139. So it's 139 with the wire. So that's alright. I'd rather it be over anyway. So this is slightly thicker wire. But it's mainly down to the shielding. The bigger the shielding, it will have more copper. It will have more copper strands. So it will be better in resilience. So you'll get less interference from it, because the thinner the wire, the more noise it's going to make, and the more heat it's going to generate. I tried doing a repair on an RTX 3060 Ti. Changed the memory chip, and more died after. I fixed that memory chip, and I just gave up. Yeah, it's a big gamble, you know, and they're not cheap, you know. At the end of the day, what you'd have been better off, you know. It's like everything. I've got my computer insured, so if it blows up, I'm not really bothered. I'm not even going to attempt to repair it. At the end of the day, I'd rather just put in a claim for the insurance saying the computer's packed up and they will say, okay, send it to us, we'll investigate it, which I send them pictures and an estimate and how much I paid, which they was quite happy with the price, so including the graphics card, so it's protected on that front. So if there is any issues, I'll just take it to them and let them deal with it, because you know, the most things that's going to go on a computer will be a graphics card. You know, very rarely, I've not known them for all the years I've had computers. I've very rarely had a GPU issue. I've never had a GPU problem. I've not had ones not post properly. Laptops, yeah, I've had loads of laptops that I've had problems not posting properly, but then that just boils down to corrupted files. Normally M.2s end up being badly corrupted, not installed properly. They've put the wrong drivers on, or they've put too much antivirus software and it's completely locked it up. And you know, in the times I've seen that, and I've had to spend hours trying to repair it and putting it all back. Not the easiest of things, but it's time consuming. But if they're willing to pay for my time, I don't mind. I'll do it. I'll sort it out. I'll get it done. And yeah, they was quite happy on that front. But repairing them, no, leave them alone. Don't even go down that road. It's they've got far too many fragile components. Far too many. Now, you know what I was saying to you earlier on about with the copper strands and how copper should look like copper at the end of the day. I want to show you this. This is a prime example of what copper should look like. Shiny. Now, when I done that you know, when I was showing you about with, now that's got 100%, looking at that on naked eye, that is really super shiny like copper should have. So that will have great connectivity with that. That'll pull power right through. You won't have any power fluctuations. Now, when I checked that barrel jack on that connector, it was so dull where it had been tarnished. And this is what I'm saying about tarnished connections. If it's not making a great connection, it's going to end up pulling the good connections and try to pull more volts, or try to pull the amps that it needs to get, which will heat up the wire. And this is why, hence, this is how fires start. It works exactly the same way with wiring for a building, wiring for a car. No difference. It works the exactly same way. You know, if it hasn't got good connectivity, you're going to run into a problem, and you will definitely run into an issue on that front. So what I want to do, I want to pull about, I'm going to pull roughly around about the, let's pull that there so we can see, roughly around about that much. I don't want to go too mad with this because this is only a temporary fix anyway. So what I want to do is pull that about 3 times. So let me pull that about 3 times. So we've got our 3 core strands of wire. So I want to pull it from the tip to the tip, which will be about there. And we do that again. I'll have to get some more of this. This is actually good wire. It's bendable and it's got some very good connectivities. There's a lot of resistance in this wire, which you want. The copper stuff's alright for solid, strong connections. If it's going to be like, if it's not going to move somewhere, that's how you want that, which would be ideal. And I'd rather go down that route because I know that I'm not going to run into problems. I'm not going to have any overload, or it's not going to have a connectivity issue. You know, that way it's just peace of mind that you can take that and you think, yeah, no, that's fine. You're not going to have a problem there. You're just not. Right. So I've put that back, and this wire is, I think I got this out of Wilkinson's before they shut down. At the end of the day, there was 7 meters on that. Bloody hell, I've used 7 meters, 5 amp. So that can pull up to 5,000 amps. That's quite, and I can see why, because there's a lot of copper strands on that, and it's a really good connectivity. I personally wouldn't put 5,000 amps. That is probably the maximum rate. Yeah, it says on there, the maximum, it says it at the bottom, and this is what I was saying about earlier on, about be careful with wires. It's not the volts, it's the amps that can melt it. And it says, always use the cable heavier than the maximised loading. And this is what I was saying about learning about with wire connections. I'd rather go over than under. It's just a safeguard protection, you know, because again, and it proves it to what it just says. Because that says 5 amps, don't mean that will keep at 5. If I put 5,000 amps, which I could pull 5,000 amps through that, through my power brick there, and I guarantee if I kept that on for about a minute, that will start warming up. But it's not the volts. I can put 12 volts, but 5,000 amps. And if I left that for about a minute, that will start getting warm. If I leave it more than about 3 to 4 minutes, that will start singeing. And this is what I mean about amps. It's not the volts, it's the amps that do the damage. And I'd be a bit concerned. So I'd rather, for what it says on there, I was right in what I said. I'd rather go overkill than underkill. And wires are important. Not so much for the speaker community, because the speakers are only pulling... They're only going to be pulling like a kill, just a few sort of like, not even barely a watt of power through that. I mean, I could probably power it up and I can see what the wattage is coming through the speaker, because it has to have some form of connectivity going through. But when it comes to power related, I wouldn't use anything under for what that was recommended, because now you're obviously putting it under load, which that would then cause heat elements to build up, and this is how you can cause a problem. So yeah, I personally would say be careful on that front. Definitely be careful. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to fold this up. Basically, this is going to be the black. So I'll have to colour this in. I've got a purple pen. I only even got a black pen. I don't even know where my markers are. I've lost everything. It's a total mess. Everything's so up and down in here. It's unreal. So what I need is that heat shrink is not going to be big enough. No, it is not big enough. At the end of the day, that's too big. I can't use that. So I don't want to end up using something that ends up being massive. That'll do. So what I want to do now is put that to, and we'll shrink that. I want to push that down and push that like so, and then now I want to heat that up. Got to be careful, you know, don't really... Where's my tweezers? Always use tweezers, my friend. That saves your fingers abundance times, and I've learnt that over the years. Because you can't replace your fingers. Right, so that is not going to come off. I know what that is, which I'm going to colour code it. I ain't got black because I don't know where my black marker is. God knows where that's gone. I did have a black marker, but for the love of God, I just don't know where. It's just like everything else. It's just so unprofessional. Maybe build a bigger beach. Yeah, that'd be easier for me. Yeah, that's why I can't find nothing. Yeah, that's probably why. Right, it ain't in here, is it? No, of course not. There we go. It wouldn't be right in front of your eyes. It's frustrating because I like do things properly. And I've always liked doing things properly. I just have to colour it in with purple. Where's a purple? That'll do. So if I colour it in with a purple, then I know this is a... well, that ain't really helping, to be totally honest. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a label on it. Yeah, actually, that's not a bad idea. I should have just done that to start with, shouldn't I? Muck about. Where's the, it's underneath there. Let's grab a piece of this stuff, and we're going to label that, and then I can say this is ground. that way I know that I'm safeguarding myself and I'm not going to get myself in a mess and thinking, oh, is this alive? No, GR. Yeah, Joey's really not got into computers. He's always dealt with doing repairs on consoles. So Joey's always done one thing. But so now I've noticed he started wanting to learn about doing graphics cards. But really, you should, without being naive, you really, the idea in the ideal world is learn a bit. It's like Andy. Andy says he's useless at DIY. Well, how do you know? You know, we all got. It's like starting off at repairs. Of course, you're going to be rubbish. It's time consuming. The more you do it, the more you learn. I mean, you know, these YouTube videos. I mean, at the end of the day, he's got to spend £275 to sort his shed out. At the end of the day, my dad was really tough on me when he said, no, I had to learn. You've got to learn. At the end of the day, and do you know what? My hat goes off because I'm thinking, no, he's right. It ain't going to be handed to you on a plate. At the end of the day, you rather take a college course up and learn about these things and learn how it should be done, or work as an apprentice, but work alongside someone saying, I'm offering to work for free, I want to learn your trade. At the end of the day, you're cutting two birds with one stone. All right, you're working for free, but you're also picking up a skill trade, which is going to help you further along down the line. I've worked with a lot of different people, learning a lot of different things. Most of my skills were poured into from the early ages of computers because I grew up. This is the reasons why I've got so much retro stuff. I virtually grew up with this gear and I can't get enough of it, and I was just gutted that I lost it all, which I am. It really broke my heart when, you know, I've lost a lot of my stuff. I'm just very grateful now. I'm in a situation, you know, now I've started to dabble into this. I wish I'd learned. Well, put it this way, for what I learned about computers back in the early days, I wish now I would have learned about repairs and how things work at the end of the day. You know, and we had college courses back in the early 80s after school if you wanted to stay behind and learn something. I didn't. I was a kid. I was growing up. I just wanted to be out, be on my bike, you know, getting all up to types of mischief at the end of the day. What kid don't? I mean, at the end of it. But I wish I would have used that to better knowledge, and I'd rather put it towards the knowledge side. So I would have rather learned something than get into trouble. But it's a small price to pay, you know. But as you get older in life, you look at things in a different light, and that's exactly it. You do look at things in a different light. And now I ended up just thinking I wanted to get into doing this at the end of the day. I've left it too late on in my life to actually do that. So, you know, but I've learned within, I would say, in the first 3 years, I've learned a lot by watching these YouTubers. Because, like Joey said, he had to learn. If you watch his YouTube channels from the beginning, he said, I never knew nothing. And he said, so, and he's because you never stop learning. You never do at the end of the day. You know, your knowledge will always, your brain's like a sponge, it's always going to absorb, and it's always going to say, yeah, I want to learn that skill, I want to learn that trade. That will save me money. You know, it's like Andy, you know, he said, I'm absolutely crap at DIY. I was crap at DIY at the end of the day. But do you know what? Start off like repairs. You've got to look at it like doing a repair. Start off by building a bird box. When I went to school in the early 80s, I was crap at DIY, woodcraft and things like that. And the teacher said, start off small by making a table. Let's start off making a little bird box at the end of the day, or let's make something at the end of it, and start off small and you'll improve on your skills. It's exactly right what he said, and I totally agree. You start off from that point. Now, if Andy started that, and by being naive and saying I don't want to learn, it's like you saying I can't be bothered to do repairs. I'm not really interested in it at the end of the day. Well, when something breaks, it's going to cost you, and this is my argument. That it makes you, to me, it makes me more determined that I want to do something. at the end of the day. Your skills will always improve, always, guarantee it. Even if you're going to make mistakes, right, it's going to cost you, but you will learn from it. There's no two ways in saying that you will definitely learn from your mistake at the end of the day. If you burn your hand on the stove, you know in future, only do it so many times, and then you realise, think, I'm not going to do that again. But looking at this, you're going to end up saying, I wish I learnt this sooner, because now I now know what to do and what to look for. And you know, and it's the same with doing the DIY. At the end of it, it will save you money. You won't need, now if Andy learnt that skill, he could save himself £275, and that's a lot of money to pay for a shed that he's just paid someone to put it all up, and now it's obviously got a problem at the end of it. So yeah, I would have learnt that trade. I wouldn't have given up at the end of the day. You never know until you try it. You've got to give it a go. You know, but some people just haven't got it in them to get there. To me, my dad was tough for that reason. So he said, no, you've got to learn. Because he said, there may be a day that I won't be here. And he's right, he's now not here. And, you know, and now I had to learn that trade. I had to learn how to, thinking, well, he didn't show me on that front. I watched YouTube videos, I watched other people, I've worked alongside other people do it. So it's not an easy task, but you will learn from it. And it will save you. You're thinking, bloody hell, like bricklaying. I've worked on brick sites. I've done a bit of everything. I'm a bit of a jack the lad where I've worked on a bit of everything. I've done metalworks. I've done MIG welding. I've worked on cars. You know, I like to know that I'm quite capable of doing a little bit of everything on that front. And I can. I'm quite confident there. I don't need to take it. And I have saved myself thousands and thousands of pounds. I'm grateful that I have done that, because, you know, that would have cost me a lot more on that phone if I didn't. So yeah, I would definitely say you've literally got, yeah, I'm replacing the springs on my sofa arm at the moment. Lol. Yeah, I mean, you know, like you said, there's small tasks in there. I mean, it's like electric repairs doing around your house at the end of the day. I've upgraded all my sockets at the end of the day, and I'm council, well, I'm not supposed to, but I know what I'm doing because I've worked along a couple of Sparkies. So I know their tricks of the trade, and I know how they do it. You know, at the end of the day, it's not rocket science. At the end of it, and I'm quite confident. I've upgraded all my boxes, and I've got I've literally got USB hubs built in my boxes, and I'll show you. Look, I'll put this one in. Oh, you can't see it. Oh, hold up. Yes, you might be able to. So what I'm going to do, look, I zoom in because where it's zoomed in on that front. But yeah, I've put these in. So I've upgraded and put all these in. This one is just temporary. I've put this one in as a temporary thing. But yeah, it's fine. But I connected it up, and what I've done, I've literally put that onto a plug system. So it's just easier for me just to unplug it, put it on there, and then I could take it off and when I need it, and all things like that. I'm quite good at doing all things like that. So yeah, I'm quite dab's hand, because like I said, I've learned about to do a bit of everything, and that's my point. If I didn't, I wouldn't attempt it. But it's going to help you in the long run, because if I had to get a Sparky out, they're going to charge a minimum of £70 for calling them out. They'll have a £40 call out, and then they'll say for a box, £35 for a box. Because they're a Sparky, they can charge it. They can have, they've got the skill at the end of the day, and that's helped me doing what I do. You know, I wouldn't have dreamed about owning most of this stuff at the end of the day. And some of this stuff that I bought and saved up for has cost me a small fortune. But I have got most of all my retro stuff back, what I wanted. Like you said, that Marantz system, I paid over £400 for that. That was a lot of money. So, yeah, you know, and Marantz are nice. And I bought that to go alongside my retro stuff to play all my cassettes. And it's got such a lovely sound, and they very rarely, the Marantzes very rarely come up, especially that model. You don't see many on eBay. You know, forget about Amazon, because Amazon don't sell them. So eBay do get them, but they are, when they do, they instantly sell, because people like them for the sound quality, and that's got a nice sound on there. It's like I've got vintage radios next door, right? I've got 19. I've got one up for sale. I ain't even the other two. I've not even tested. I've not got round because I've got a stack of all mid 1980s and early 1990s hi-fi equipment. I've got a bedroom full of it. I can't show you. It's just too much. It's from the ground up. There must be about 30, 40 systems. Oh, hello. Oh, we're back on. Yeah, I was saying there must be about 30, 40 systems all stacked up. And I've got an NEC Sunico from 1979. I really love it. That's what I'm saying. You know, the Panasonic I've got over there, that K9 9000, that's a preamp, right? It has to have a preamp to fight. I've got my big, I've got part of my JBL speakers on there, and the speaker system I've got a 5 speaker setup. It's over a kilowatt sound. It's 1,000 watts. It's enough for me at the end of the day. It's loud. It's enough to shake the room. But it's just got a nice sound to it. But that amplifier powers it up lovely. And I've got a big 600 watt tuning deck in there, and that had a problem. The chip blew on it. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the chip. So I took it to, there's a shop in Basildon, and he deals with hi-fi equipment. And he said, my friend does repairs at the end of the day, and he said he'll charge you. He said he'll sort that out. He might be able to do something with the chip, because I can't. The chip did, and what he done, lucky enough, he had a spare chip. And I went, what's the chances of that? He saved it from the bin, because once them chips go down, that's it. And it was a new old part, and I went, wow, that's even better. So it saved me a lot of money. And I was quite grateful, and it's got such a lovely sound, and it throws them speakers. When I've done a disco for my boss before she left, they wanted me to do the disco, and I went, yeah, I'll do the disco. I don't mind. I've got free drinks all night, so I thought, there you go, better still. So I don't mind doing all the disco stuff, and I got told to turn it down, and it was only on 1. It was that loud. I got told to turn it down. SPK. So SPK speaker. SPK. That's it. So speaker, and we got GR for grand. So what's that? Yeah, I got told to turn it down. So nice. Yeah. So yeah, I can't dare have it on in here. Even that 1 kilowatt system is enough to shake the old boy. He moans about when I've got my system on. He said to me, you couldn't turn that down a bit, could you? He said, I can hear that from upstairs. I went, yeah, don't worry. It makes me laugh. So yeah, Tech Repairs. Hi, Tech Repairs. Picture, how you doing, bud? So yeah, actually, it did make me laugh on that front. So yeah, I can't have it on. I couldn't have it on anyway while I'm streaming. I'll get done for copyright. I mean, I've already been told 3 times that even royalty-free music you can't have it on because you're going to get into trouble. You know, fucking ridiculous. You know, you can't even have royalty-free music for God's sake. You know, and you get told to say, sorry, it's copyright, can't have it. So yes. The world's gone mad, absolutely gone mad. Especially bloody YouTube. I think their rhythm what they've used on there. So I ain't got many of these shrink wraps left. I've used them all. Jesus. Right, I might have to cut one of these down. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Where's my scissors? Yeah. How are you getting on with it? Yeah, it's all fixed. I'm just soldering the wires now. You should have come in earlier on. I've done the bypass. The bypass is now done on that front. But as I was saying, as I said, I might have found the issue with this overall power, the transformer. I might think that I've got an alternative, so I can put half of this back. So basically, you know, I'm going to order it up, and then I'm going to try that and see if that works in circuit. So, but we have got power. So it is now, all I'm doing now is sorting the speakers out. So, which I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to put ground to ground. Alright. Do you know what? How did I know they weren't going to be big enough? Now, unbelievable. That's the trouble with these shrink wraps. I've used all the other ones up. And it's got to go over these sleeves. Yeah, that'll go over. That'll go over. So I can use that. It's not a problem. So yeah, Andy finished his stream. I was watching his stream live at the end of the day. So it's he had to go. See, he wanted to go and have something to eat, and have some dinner. But yeah, this is part 2, and because I've now done some cutting on this, but this is only a temporary measure, as I said. This is it's not going to be permanent, because I want to undo all of what I'm doing and put it back once I've sorted out that power supply, because then I'll be able to run it properly then, and I won't have any issues. So hopefully. So we're going to put ground to... Oh no, I'll tell you what, hold up. You just fell in, didn't you? You haven't got... Let me grab... I love reading the comments. I did suggest an alternative yesterday. Yeah, you did, bud. Yeah. But I've now found... I did find on TechBees, I did find something on eBay that might... It's not a buck converter, because they don't do £1 powerful enough to power it, but it's like a power adapter, but it's a circuit one, so it will replace that transformer. It takes 250 in, and it will die down to 9 volts, because that's all that's going to output anyway. So I'm going to give it a go, in for a penny, in for a pound, and see how we get on. And it's only about £7. But if not, and then hopefully, then I should know, once I do that, I won't have to undo. See, I won't have to undo all this if it don't work. So, because once I put power in, it should come straight out the fuse into the components onto that little board, because that's all the transformer's doing. It's just governing it down. Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, I noticed with Joey, he started to dabble with the computer side. So, what's that? But 9 volts is enough in circuit. Will reduce the power further. It will do. They're not. I mean, the 9 volts is in, but it was the amps it was pulling. So it's 500. The one that I've got in it, that's a 1 amp system. So it don't pull the 1 amps. I've just done a test. You've seen earlier, I put the camera, when I powered this up, it was pulling, I wrote it down, it was actually pulling under load without the speakers 0.140, just about 1.3 to 1.36 of an amp. So it's not even going to pull nowhere near that amount anyway, so it's going to be overkill. So it will still work. These are not a high power systems. I don't want to put any more than 9 volts through, because it will start taking out components. And that's the idea of your transformer. It will govern it down for that reason. So that's why I didn't want to go too mad. It should be fine then. Yeah, it will do. Yeah, I can't see it being a problem. I've proved it. I put it on the bench at the end of the day. I've put 1000 amps, so it's registered as 1 amp. But when I put it under load, it weren't even pulling. It's just pulling about 130 out of the 1000. So yeah, it's overkill. So these ain't going to be very high powered anyway, because it's not a powered amplifier. It's just like, all it's doing, it's just putting that output. So it's really down. I mean, this will still work on the 9 volt, but there's no protection, because that's the idea of that power supply, because of that fuse. But because the transformer's gone, it can't get to that fuse because it's killed it. So the only other way is running it on batteries. Well, that ain't ideal, because then you're going to eat batteries like the rate of knots, which I didn't really want to do. So this is the reasons why I thought if I do it this way, it looked like it will run it on the battery system anyway. But I've done it from the circuit, from the power side, and not from the battery side. So I'm thinking that was a better move, because it's then going in, the power's, the 9 volts is going in, it's going to be going in directly if it was coming from the power board itself. So it's not being taken from the other way, because in that way, if there was an issue, it would have gone straight to the motor, took the motor out and took something else on the main board. For it going this way, it would have gone in directly to the first part of the board where it was bridged over. So it was what it was intentionally. So, but I was just looking at some of the wires, and some of the wires wasn't great at the end of the day. So now this is ground to ground. Now this is the speaker setup. So hopefully lovely jubbly. I want to go zoom over that. Right, so we've got the ground sorted. Now when it comes to the left and right, I don't know which one's coming from the... Well, mind you, actually, come to think about it, I should know, because it's on the top of the board, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. It's actually on the top. So this one here would be the left. So which one would be the left? Let's have a look. So I assume, looking at that, see again, so looking at these on there, these are 3.2 ohms, 3 watts. So it's going to pull another 3 watts of power. So when you said about earlier on about when your speaker's under load, yeah, you're right, it will do. So it's going to pull another 3 watts. 3.2 watts. That's one speaker. So times that, so you're going to be looking at 6.4 watts on top on that. So yeah, I've got to take that in. You've got to also take that in consideration because again of this speaker setup. So I'm going to say the left is going to be this side. So what I need to do is going to be the left, because I want to make sure this is connected up. I don't want the right coming out from the left and the left coming out from the right. So the left should be the yellow. No, the white. It's going to be the white one, not the yellow. So the left's going to be the white. So, okay. That's interesting. But yeah, because it's facing me. Right, so I'm going to put that in. So we're going to go white. I'll tell you what, if Joey thinks he's going in for doing computer repairs, right, one issue that you'll find it's nigh impossible to do, even with a soldering, with a rework station, it will be the GPU. You kill a GPU, it's game over. Good luck trying and rebuild one of them, because they use gold pins, and I see them do them in a factory when I used to do computers. And this machine, it was using position, it was using a laser to guide it, and that was done. It was impressive how it was done, but if you try to do one, forget it. It's just way out the league on that front. So that's what I said. So when you're doing computer stuff, that's not going to be the easiest to do, to be totally honest. It's like you said, depending what's gone. Doing graphics cards, I'd say forget it. Don't even attempt them at the end of the day, because they are an absolute handful of going badly wrong. And if they do, you know what does it, didn't you? It's when they put them under load. And also, one thing with graphics cards, I would say, if you've got a graphics card in your PC, like my build, at the end of the day. Now, mine come from the factory, when all my stuff comes from. I bought it new. I didn't buy it second hand. I always buy it new, because I don't know the history of it. I don't know if it's been used for crypto mining, rag that card left, right, and centre. So I'd rather bite the bullet and just buy it new, to be totally honest. That way, you know that you've had it, and you've not done anything to it. You've not gone mad with it. You know, at the end of the day, and this is the trouble. That's the route I always go down, because the prices they on the market at the moment for graphics cards have gone through the roof. You know, they are expensive. You know, everyone's buying them up. You know, because they did at one point because they was using them for crypto mining, and it was purely for that reason. So I actually turned around and said, no, I'm going to buy it new, and I did. They weren't cheap. I think that 4080 it cost me about just under £1,300. You know, that 4080, good card. I would have gone for 4090, but it was coming up to £2,100, so it was over £2,000. Now, obviously, that was a few years. So that's added 6 watts already. What on the 0.9? Yes. So, well, I'm going to find out. I'm going to put some power in this in a minute, and I'm going to put it under load and see what it actually pulls. Because I only use that as a guide. This is what I wanted to sort out yesterday and try and go from there. But I didn't get round to it because I didn't know what was causing it. This is why I wanted to go through the circuit and make sure that this is all working 100%. That's fine. Piss myself laughing. As one of my pest control friends that I used to work alongside with cracks me up. He's actually quite funny. He's always moaning about his missus doing the knitting. He comes, he cracks me up. A little bit older than me, but yeah, he's actually quite funny to work alongside with. So I said, when it comes to what I was saying about earlier on about learning skills, at the end of the day, I mean, it's going to hurt Andy's pocket paying £274 or £275 to get his shed fixed at the end of the day. I personally wouldn't pay that, and I'd say, stuff it, I'll buy the materials, I'll do it my bloody self. You know, even if you aren't round. You know, if you see how earlier on, you probably didn't see what I've done. I took some fence slats from an old fence, and I've built a bridge for my LED light, because yesterday it was just balancing cable tied to me boom arm, and I went, that's not ideal. It was not only blinding me, and I went, it was getting on my bloody nerves, because it was actually hurting my eyes. And my carrots ain't the greatest at the best of times. So I'm thinking, no, I wanted to, so it only took me about 20 minutes. And I come up with an idea, and I went, that'll work. Popped down the shed, took a couple of panels, and I've made this up to go over it. And do you know what? It's not what it looks, as long as it stays up, which it will, and it does the job. That's all that matters. At the end of the day, it saved me money. I don't have to keep spending out, because the materials are bloody expensive on everything you buy. So I'd rather go down that route. And but yeah, it took me about 20 minutes. I put it all up, and it can stay up. You ain't got to come down. It's ideal for what I want it for. You're not going to see it for the streaming purpose side anyway. So you know, that's all well and good. Now I've put that on there, haven't I? I've not put a shrink wrap on, which is not ideal, because I'm virtually near enough to have bloody shrink wraps, haven't I? That's probably the reasons why I didn't put one on. That's not going to go over that. That one's now out. I'm out. I might have to put a bit of tape over it. It'd be fine. It'd be fine. It's only for a speaker. I just don't want it grinding out at the end of the day. Them big uns are too big. They just don't. They're not connecting. So we now should have. Let me put a little bit of that tape round. Yeah, I noticed Joey's not 100% sure with graphics cards, because he's asking his friend. I can hear him in the background. Because remember, PCs, you've got to really know them inside out. And at the end of the day, it's like learning anything. It takes you're not going to learn it overnight. It's like being an IT. When I went in for a little bit of IT and learned IT, it was like learning a new ball game. I thought, Jesus, this is going way above my head. I haven't got a clue what they're going on about. There or thereabouts, yeah. The so yeah, you know, learning IT, you know, I thought, Jesus, designing web pages, learning about how to write scripts. I'm in my depth here. I mean, Jesus, I'm just nodding, but I ain't got a clue what they're going on about. You know, into it. And do you know what? Now, to learn how to build web page designing with IT and sorting problems out, there's problems I can sort out. Learning how to build web pages from the ground up is not easy. But now you don't need to, because now you can use free online tools to do it for you. And the AI does it all for it. So really, it's done all the work for you. So you don't really need that fun. So, which is unbelievable. Right, so now she's all put back together, right? So what I need to do is just pull them wires. Let me see if I can just nip them wires around there. Yeah, about there. So what we need to do now. Right. Yes. So now we've got all that put back. This should be done. In theory, should be done. Now, if I remember correctly, this had to go. With it, I've got half the bloody lead strapped around it. Oh, great. There you go. She's in. Right. So, we've got. Let's move that out of the way for a minute. Look, I've knocked my pens over. Fuck's sake, Jesus. That's all gone pear-shaped. Right, move that out of the way. Move all this out of the way. Let's take these tweezers. I don't need that. Definitely don't need that. Let's move that. Put that over there. That's going to fall onto the floor. You know it, you know. That did. That fell on the floor. And that. Keep your tweezers there. I need them. Let me just have a quick read. Yeah, I think it's fun programming stuff. Except I've done it since I was young. Yeah, I mean, I learned how to code. My first lot of coding, I've done it on a BBC Micro at the end of the day. And it's actually quite easy to do. It's not rocket science. You know, it's painstakingly, it takes ages. I mean, if you just write up to 1,000 characters, you know, it sounds quite a lot, 1,000 characters. It's not. You can have that done within about half hour. About 1,000 characters, depending how good your keyboard skills are at the end of the day. So, yeah, basically, so what I've done now, so if I flip this over, you can now see, I've now, because I don't want to drill a hole. I know we've got nothing on the side there at the moment, at the end of it. So we've got literally, the board's actually been taken away. So we haven't got the board there. So there's no connections there. So they can't make that. So now what we can do, that should now power directly without putting that through, and we can pull 9 volts straight in at the end of the day, if I know where I put the power supply, the damn power supply. Oh, here it is. It's over there. So I can move it and get it out of the bloody way, because it's getting on my nerves. Right, so so we're in with the power, so hopefully we'll put that so now what we can do now, we can now switch her on, right? So we should have now power. Oh, that won't, will it? No, we've got no power from that. Let me take. Now we had power earlier, but we definitely did have power. So I know that one of them connectors must have disconnected somewhere along the line on that front, because like I said, I've got voltage going in. I'm going to double check. Let me just see if that is the case. I just opened that. Oh, here we go. It was that port. you know, I said to you earlier on, that port seemed a bit dodgy. And I was right. So it seems like to me, yeah, because it's not, so the connection, it is making connection. So to me, it's this. So yeah, it is that. What it is, it's this connector. So basically, it's this. It's not pushed in, and it's not making a great connection. So again, it boils down. So you just heard that did come on. So the wiring's correct. It's this is now giving the issue, and it feels like that's been glued. Oh, for great's sake! This is why when they. People, that's what annoys me. They say, yeah, put it in. Does it work? Of course it works. Yeah, right, okay. Right, that seems to be pushed in a little bit better. So let's see if that makes a better connection. I don't think it is. I think it's that barrel jack connector. You know what I was saying to you earlier on? It is. It's that bloody connector. It ain't this. It's not this. This is fine. It's that connector. Yeah, that don't seem very bright on that front. It's a dodgy connector. Yeah. Oh, OMV. Try it from your lab power supply. Great idea. Actually, yeah. Actually, I might do that. If I pull that pin out, I can then see what it's pulling. Now, is this got a plus? It's got a tip. So tip goes to. Do you know what? Let me mark that. Because these are reversible power supplies. You've got a plus on one side and minus on the other. But on there, all you got the word is tip. That doesn't help. So I'm thinking that might be, you don't want to reverse the polarity. And that's the last thing you need to do. But yeah, actually, where's me silver tip? So let's take my silver pen. Let's just mark that. At the end of the day, so I'm going to put a little mark there and a little mark there, and so that way you can actually see underneath that I've put like two little connectors, so that way they marry up. I just have to make sure that they should be alright. God, dear, that should not be stiff like that, you know. Something don't feel right when it puts like the resistance. You should never ever put that amount of force onto taking that off, but it don't matter, right? Because like you said, I'm going to pull that, and I want to see what this pulls, because this will tell me. Because like you said earlier on, right, the connector might be alright, it might not, because I didn't take in consideration the speakers are pulling 3.2 watts. Now it might need more wattage. And this is what I was saying about earlier on. So let me get my power brick, and then we'll grab. Right, before I do anything, what one is first, what I need to do is grab my multimeter. I need to find which pin is, because one's ground and one's live and one's earth. So I need to find what's what. So I put it in continuity. So outside, right, so what we need, that's going to be the ground pin. So let me put the ground pin on that. That's it. Got to be careful because I don't want to touch these. These are really fragile. Right, so we're on the right track. I'm on the right voltage. So now I want to see what that's pulling.
So reset bars, the only thing is that I've changed the settings to focus on items.
I'm going to hold it so it don't touch. Pull it under. No, it's not. So it's not the power brick then, it is that barrel connector. I've got that plugged all the way in. So it's, you know what I was saying about earlier on, about that making a connection? That just, even though that's nice and snug, you know what I was saying to you earlier on about the wires on these, when they were saying about with the, you know, about the resistance of the thickness gauge wire when I was testing. You know what I was saying to you about, you know, step up, don't step down. Now the wire thickness grade, this is why I took them digital calipers and measured the thickness grade, and I was downgrading. I should have been upgrading, shouldn't downgrade, because it looks like that's for that reason that, and I've said to you, they look a bit tarnished, them wires, they don't look great at the end of the day. I'm still going to put it down to that's causing that problem, because that wasn't making a connection. It just wasn't making a connection at all. So, you know, which is bloody frustrating, because like you said, where's the, yeah, that's it. So it's not the power supply, it's definitely not the power supply, it's not causing the problem. It's the connector that is a bit on the dodgy side. Yeah, it should be pretty easy to pull out. Yeah, definitely a dodgy. I would definitely say this connector is not the greatest. See, that's on, and I'm holding that. So what I'm going to do, if I hold that where it is, let's pull. Let's see if I've got. The main thing is she works. She is working.
Dramatic because it contains.
It's got a lovely sound. There's no, I can hear both of them speakers, so they're both coming out. Yeah. So what I'm going to do, let me put it into tape mode and see. I need a tape. Where I have, and then where did I find a bloody tape? Let me take that out. The main thing is, it's working. It's down to that barrel jack that I put in. It's not the greatest at the end of the day, and I knew there was something about it at the end of it. It was just something about dodgy, but I just wanted to see, before I do anything else, the main thing is, I've now completely bypassed the power system and gone directly from the power side instead of from the battery side. So now it thinks like it's now completing the circuit, and it is working. So this, in theory, is now done, but I'm not going to be happy with that. I'm still going to go down that route and try and swap that out for a 9 volt, you know, because the buck converters don't, obviously I can't get one for that drain from 250 all the way down to 9 to 10 volts at the end of the day. So that'd be interesting. For the sake of £7, I'm worth to giving it a go, and I don't have to put that in to try it. The good thing is I can leave this wired up after I sorted this barrel jack out, and you know, and the good thing is I can, once I've done that power supply, I can virtually just say, you know, do you know what? Why don't I can try that out of circuit. This don't have to be in circuit. I can actually put it in out of circuit and then give it a go. So, because the probes are going to be on the output anyway. I've only got to probe the left and right, your battery, and your so the outputs on that. So I can test the pins. So, and then as soon as I know that I've got voltage coming out, I know for 100% then this is working. So, you know, it's worth giving it a go for the sake of about £7. But what I wanted to do was just quickly find a tape, and I want to see, because I replaced the belt in this. I put the belt in it. The belt was snapped, and you're just finding one, innit? I've got a box of tapes, like I've got me reel to reel down there. I've got that in bits because I've got to put the bloody belt back on it, and that's a nightmare. Right, tapes. No, they're reel to reels. Oh, hold up. I know it. I know it sounds daft, but because I can't play it for legal purposes. Look, I've got some of these. Let's have a look. Some of these are do. So let me play. Let's put some of the tapes. So, let me plug. Let's see if we got sand coming out. Yeah.
Not forgetting the best of the heavy new releases and the soft rock hour between 9 and 10.
That works lovely. Do you know what? I'm going to say that is a winner chicken dinner. So there you go. I've breathed new life in this old machine once again. And that's good to know that now I ain't got. If it still don't work for that, I'm going to look for what I could do is leave that in here for the time being, because this is now working. You know, because this obviously there's no power supply in this now because it's all been redundant. It's all made up. But the main thing is, why does that keep? What was rattling? Oh, it's a bit of plastic or something, or. No, yeah, I don't know what that was. So yeah, putting this all back together, right? Because of the way the system is on that front and the way that's all been janked together, and it's now not touching, so I won't have any issues. I just won't. I know I'm not going to have any problems on that front. Looking at the even if that don't work, and I get this board and I'll sort it out, and I'll try that power thing on it. The main thing is, I could just I'm going to take the transformer out. It's got to come out anyway, which I'm going to do. I mean, I might as well take it out. But I can always take that out, put that back in, so I haven't got all these ugly holes put in at the side there, so it looks like it's all complete. But in theory, if it don't work, I'll order a new one of these from eBay, because they're not going to be expensive. This is second hand, remember. This come out, and it is clearly, you just see it. It's not 9 volts is more than enough to power this up. It's not causing any issues. The tape works. That's not the greatest of tape. I don't know where my Elton John tapes are. I've got a big box of cassettes, and to go with all my tape decks over there and everything else. But if the worst comes to it, I'll get one and I'll make a little tiny hole at the top here where the power supply, where the transformer goes, and I basically will drill a little hole there and put it up here, so that way it would look like it's factory. It's not been drilled elsewhere. But I do know for a fact that that is causing the issue, because this is not the greatest. It was second hand as I pulled it out the box, and the wire was very dark. It was very tarnished. It wasn't copper like, so that's not making a great connection. This is fine. It clearly is, because look, if I pull that in, if I put that onto the radio, if I put it on radio, right, at the end of the day. It's not working. So if I push that in slowly, there you go. So I'm now just balancing it. Look, I'm not even pushing that all the way in. So there's clearly an issue with this, with that connector. It's working. It's working 100%. It's going. Yeah. So what I'm going to do, I think, to me, that is one. That is now working 100%. I've not got any issues at the end of the day, so I've not caused any problems on that front. And we have got a full working. Oh, what's that? Bit of plastic's fell off. See what I mean about the plastics going brittle? Oh, I know what that is. That plastic was for that. So that was for that on there. Let's just fill the wires. Make sure that the wires... You know I was saying to you about earlier on about I was getting concept of the wires getting warm at the end of the day. You know, and this is what you have to be so careful about pulling volts through. Because the thinner the wire, the more it's going to start pulling. Remember, that is a 1000, that is a 1 amp, which is 1000. So that is pulling. And let's just make sure that that ain't getting hot. No, it's not. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not going to run into any problems of melted wires on that front, because it gets me paranoid, because it's not the correct way of powering this up at the end of the day. I'd rather it been powered properly, but because of the circumstances and this not working, the bypass that I've done at the end of the day is, and I can see already down here, I can't show you guys, can I? Might be able to actually. I can see if I can try and move that camera into there. I don't know how well this can pick up. I've just seen a little bit more of an issue there. We have got at the back, let me sort of like power that up over the back, right on the let me see if I can zoom it. You see if I can switch that camera over and you can see it more better at the end of the day, because it's got a bit of a delay on this. I can clearly see from this perspective, the back of that, you know, that back of that barrel where it says the word amp at the end of the day. If I point it, and I can show you what I mean. This thing that I'm pointing to. Let's zoom out because it might be zoomed in too much. Right, so yeah, see what I'm pointing to here. This is an amp output, right? So basically, you'll have voltage going into that. I've just seen that. That is so badly tarnished. You've got 3 pins on that. So basically, I can see the top, middle, and bottom. And they are literally, I'm not joking, they look like they've all are corrosion. They're heavily corroded on that. That wants taking out, stripping, and that wants some emery cloth, because emery cloth is fine, you know, and rub that in between them connectors. But I'm not going to use it anyway. But, you know, I don't really want to tempt fate with all these bloody wires, because if you start pulling them out, you'll break a wire, which I don't really want to do. So, but yeah, I'm at least that way. Let's pull this cat, because this cat gets on my nerves. Right. So yeah, the main thing is it is virtually working. But yeah, I just spotted that, looking at that on that front. But we haven't got any issues except for that connector. That connector is not the best. So I really want to order a new connector. But at least it is working. We're not running into any problems or issues on it. It's not the ideal of the workout I wanted on that front, but
This could be very interesting. Reason, and that reason
let's turn it down a bit.
I'm having a hard time.
It's got a nice sound on it.
And then if that person responds,
And
I mean, even with a broken aerial,
Street, Romford.
let's see if we got. Oh, it's because it broke the connection. Because of that connector. Because I'm balancing. I want to see if I've got left and right. Left. So if I give it a bit of static. Yep, we've got left and right. Absolutely spot on. So she is guys, she is working. It's just that barrel connector. Even with the 6 watt, 6.4 watt speaker added to that proves that that's pulling on 9. I do really want to see. I am curious. So what I want to do, because I want to pull that out. I want to see what that actually physically pulls, because I wrote that down, that was actually pulling roughly around about 1.4 watts of it was about 0.1 amp, 143 amps or something like that. But I want to see what it actually physically pulls at the end of the day. Let me just go back into continuity, because I don't want to put this around, because there's no protection, and I'm going to look for a fuse for this as well. So I'm thinking that might be a great way of giving this a little bit more added protection.
Just check the max IC as well, just in case we're being a bit bamboozled here. This should just be low resistance. That is showing short. Okay, that's 14, so that's fine. So this side here is ground.
So the top one is the earth.
Resistance of 14 ohm, which is again
The top one is the earth. So let me, because I want to see what this is pulling. I'm really curious to see what it's pulling.
that's not shorted. Alright, maybe it's just a case of getting this port off then and replacing it to see what's going on. The only liquid damage I can see is inside the port. That's just
So Joey's been mucking about that graphics card and he didn't get anywhere. So this is what I'm saying about with the graphics cards. What did I say about earlier on? How temperamental they are with graphics cards. They are nigh impossible to to really start having. You want to be really careful if you don't keep your graphics card healthy, dust free, because the dust kills it. It really kills it. It's game over with dust. And dust does, because it acts as a the dust. Once dust builds up, you can actually have the reverse effect. You can actually it can act like a capacitor, dust, because then it's grinding other stuff out. And this is what dust does. It settles on components, and then it's charging. So once that's charged on that board, and there's dust all over it. At the end of the day, it's now charging in particles up, and it literally will eventually it will just choke not only the components, but also it'll grind them out, which you don't really want. It's not ideal. And graphics cards are much more sensitive. There's a lot very, very fragile parts on a graphics card. It's the most critical part, like the CPU, at the end of the day. So yeah, I would definitely say cautious to the wind with graphics cards on that front. But yeah, I mean, like a lot of things, you don't know that until you work it out for yourself, and you think, oh bloody hell, why isn't that working? Well, you know what I'm going to do, because these are touching. I want to isolate these. I'm not tempting fate. I'm just not going to even tempt fate. So what I want to do is isolate the touch side by wedging a piece of silicon between it.
I'm just going to
I just want to see what it's pulling on power, because I am very, very curious.
Set airflow, 450 degrees Celsius.
See, Joey uses a lot of 450 degrees, you know, with some of them components, and you have to be a little bit brutal. But with retro, you can't do that. You'll delaminate the board. You know, and Retro 6 said the same thing. Hot air, you're better off using hot air, and you're just using tweezers. But don't go mad with the hot air, because again, it'll delaminate the board. Right, that's all right. That's now not touching. That's jinxed as hell. I really don't like that. But I just want to see what it's pulling. That's pulling 0.078 of an amp. Now let's put it under. Right, let's take that out, because whilst I'm look how fucking janked up that is. That is really janky as hell. But where's that tape? I want to put the tape back in, run the tape, and put it under load, and see that what I wrote down earlier is accurate still. Because I wrote down when that was no tape on it and no speaker connector, and it registered roughly around about 1.3. Oh, Swindon, what's your Andy? How you doing, bud? Yeah, fixed it. It's all done. But now I'm doing voltage checking, and I've got the connector I put in is not the greatest. It come out of off an old board or something, but we're having connection issues. But I've now done it without circuit, so I've took the power supply out. But I'm not going to take the power supply completely away. What I'm going to do is I'm going to literally take the transformer out, and I'm going to order this other transformer, and I'm going to see if I can try and put it back to run it in circuit, because that's blown. It's not wide. But I've done some bypassing. I've bypassed all of the connections, and now it's running 9 volts direct from a multi-power plug at the end of the day, and I've put 1 amp. But the connections are not greatest, but I want to see what it's like when it's under load, like i.e. I've just looked, the speakers are 3.2 watts each, so you're looking at 6.4 watts with the speakers and the tape under load. I want to see how many amps it actually pulls, because I don't want to put too many volts through it, because I'll burn the system out. There's no system protection. But I don't know what I've done with that bloody tape. I'm just looking for that tape. I bet we was Sean Robert there. I was there. I'd Stephen man, and we were talking about you. Oh, great! Well done. You know, it's literally someone's got to have a talk of the day, you know. You know, that's the main thing. God bloody hell, my throat. My throat's like I've got a throat like Gandhi's flip flop. It's dry as anything. Oh God! Trouble in flats. Heat rises. I'm sure the old girl must be bleeding. She must be, moaning about it's cold. I ain't even got any heating, and it feels like I've had the central heating on. Where was that tape? Was that this one? Yes, it was. So let's put the tape in. Right, because of that, it's a bit janky on there. Right, I want to see what this pulls now under load. It's not going to make connection because I've just got to hold it. Yeah, you're right. It's pulling a lot more amps now. So you are right, 100%. It's pulling 185, 189.
Or you can drop me a line.
Yes, so but it's still under 200 amps. So it's still not a lot. So give it a take on that. So I'm really, really surprised. So I have to talk over it, because otherwise I'll get demonetised saying you can't have that because you're talking over it. So yeah, blah blah blah. About 183, 176, 195 it's spiked up to. So give or take. So I'd say roughly around about 200 is. Yeah, that's interesting. 195 that spiked. So let me write that down. So that spike from, so yeah, you're right, putting it under load will take more on the amp side. So it's not the volts, so the voltage is fine. So if I get a 9 volt, it would be absolutely fine on that front. But so the other one was 500 milliamps, and this is a 1 milliamp. So yeah, give or take, the one, because the other one's a 1000 one, and this is going to be a 500. So it should still be fine, because it pulled about 195. So I'm going to put max 195. Yeah, so if there's no tape, it'll go to about 134. Putting it with the speakers, if I put it just with the radio, it goes 0.80. So that's not even 100 on that front. Put the tape on, it's completely different. It then spikes all the way up. It seems to fluctuate roughly around about 180, 170, 180, 176. And then I'll see it spike to 195, and then it instantly drop back down. So, you know, it don't seem to be going anywhere above the 2 mark. So I'll keep that reading. At least I know that, you know, the amps on there. And I'll put amp. Actually, I should put amps. So I'll just put AMPS. It's interesting, though, because again, I know that gives me peace of mind that I will strap this at the back, and I know roughly what this is going to be pulling in amp wise. So for future reference, I know that if I have to do an upgrade, I think, well, I know what it's pulling, even when it's under load. So this is why I like to know about voltages and learning about voltages and how voltages work, because again, it's an important part of learning about repairs. It's all right doing a repair, but I want to know what is actually pulling under load, because the load is important, because like you said, this is what's pushing. With learning about the voltages, what's going in and what is pulling in amp wise, then you can see in circuit what it's going to be roughly, what's that 200, then you can see, right, okay, well, it ain't going to be the caps. The chances are it's going to be a diode or capacitor, or one of them little resistors, because these are 1k ohm resistors, and some are not even a point on that front. So some of these are going to be very low voltage, and the trouble is, if there's too much voltage by the amp wise pulling in, the chances are it's going to burn one of them little diodes out, because them diodes don't take much to take, and because they're tiny, they are really, you know, without checking the voltages through them and putting the multimeter on, and then you'll see what it's actually pulling in circuit. But this is what learning about repairs and about learning about electrics. The actual, it's not the volts, it's the amps, what is pulling into the system. So this is how you start learning and navigating your way around, and this is why I love it. I mean, you know, I'll start getting into that front. But yeah, I'm going to change it. That works for what I've done, but it is working, but it's not great because of that connector. It's absolutely jank. It's just not the greatest. So we're going to put this back on that front. But she's running. There's no two ways of doubting. She is definitely working, and I'm glad she is. So I've breathed a new bit of life into this and saved it from the electronic waste on that front, which is great. Shame about that brake. See what I mean? How fragile. When I was saying to you about earlier on about when I said about doing retro stuff, you've got to be so careful at the end of the day, because they're so brittle. They're literally everything on retro stuff is brittle. You've got to be. You could be the most gentlest person going, and literally the slightest little knock will break that plastic. That plastic's probably been on there since factory, and now I'm going to have to glue it on. I won't glue it. I'll put resin, because resin's much more of a stronger build than what super glue is on that front. I'll put super glue first and smear a little bit of resin around that. And that will give it hopefully a little bit more of a thing on it. But yeah, it feels like something else is. It feels like something else is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, look, something else. You know, I was saying to you, look back, something else is sheared off, and I bet that is something to do with Now, where's that come from? Oh, I know where that's come from. Someone's put a screw into that, look. Because it come from here. Oh, that's a shame. So, yeah, you're not going to repair that. You're just not. That's what that was for. So that was, look. So someone's actually put a little tiny... actually, let me take it out. So someone's actually put a little tiny screw, and that's what that little component's just pinged and went on the floor. Oh, fuck it. As long as the dog don't eat it, that's all that matters at the end of the day. And I've got to sort the switches out, because again, someone snapped the switches where they've been a bit heavy-handed. So the way I'm probably going to get round to that is drill a tiny hole with my little Dremel, right? I've got one of those little Dremel things. Where is it? Yeah, one of these. Andy's got one of these. So, and these are great. You can get these off TikTok, eBay, Amazon, AliExpress, any of that at the end of the day. And I'll probably change the end, put a little tiny drill bit in, drill an hole, and I will actually glue in like a threaded, very thin like screw to stick out, but a black one preferably, and then get some cardboard and cut all this out and cut some out of a bit of black cardboard and put over it, because otherwise you'll see a gap in between at the end of the day. But yeah, it looks like these are snapped. So someone's been a bit heavy-handed and snapped these off. That's a shame though. But yeah, that's what I thought. What's that rattling? It was the bit for that. So someone's used a screw to take the tension for the actual radio bit itself. But it doesn't matter. I mean, it is what it is. These things are ancient. Remember these boom boxes. This is probably seen. I mean, I'd like to say I don't know where this boom box has been. So this will have a story to tell if it can go back in time and show you what they was doing to it. So they might have been doing a bit of hip hop back in the early days, you know, and then it might have been sitting up on the wall, someone smoking something, you know, what they shouldn't be smoking, and chilling out, listening to the beats and doing all the types of things that they should be doing. But, you know, it's not rattling now. No. So it was that. So that's what was rattling at the end of the day. Let me just quickly see if she plugs back in again and see if we can get something from that. No. Oh no, it won't, will it? Because it's not on. We need it on stereo. There you go. Where's the dial? Yeah, I've got the dials here. So basically, let's bung the big dial in, because I took it all off. Let's put the big dial in. It's got a lovely sound on it. It's really good. It's got a lovely stereo sound. Actually, let's turn it down. It's actually, it must be deafening for you guys. Sorry on that front, but that's better. It's more manageable. Oh, that's that connector. It's that scabby connector. Yeah, I'm thinking for that front. Where's that tape? Let's bung the tape in. This is what I love about the retro stuff in the middays. This is what I used to look forward to. Putting a cassette in, and I don't know if you remembered, back in the 80s, you wasn't allowed to, copyright was still a thing at the day, so you wasn't allowed to copy any content. But we used to say, we don't care, we've got a blank cassette, we'll play something off the radio, we'll record it, and you just put it, which I've still got my Walkman up there, my Goodman's Walkman, and put that in, put the beats on, and used to say, I used to love that tune. It used to make me laugh, well, even though you could have got in trouble for it at the time. But yeah, so I'll tell you what, let's actually try that, because that is working. Let me rewind it. It's working lovely. Absolutely. All I've done was change the belt. So let me put in the radio. that's in mono. We want it in there, so I'm gonna have to turn this down because I'm gonna get copyrighted here. Put that in. Play that. I'm going to record it. It's working. So let me just do the. I can speak over it on that front, and then go over slowly. And then actually that should be okay. Right, that front. Right, I'm gonna. That's enough. Let's put that back. Tape. Oh, it's cut out again. Let's see. It's bloody frustrating. Here we go. Let's see if that plays back. Let's see if the heads are any good on this. Yeah, actually, nothing wrong with the heads at all. Wow. It just wants a little bit of retro brighting on the keys on the front of that because of the thing on it. But there's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely beautiful. She's running like a beaut. So, the really, I just need to source them keys because I've got. I ain't even got a key for them, see. So that yeah, they're completely broke. So I'm gonna have to do something about that. Drill them holes and cut a little bit of black cardboard out and patch over the holes. At least it's got all the bits on it. But actually, yeah, come to think about it, one thing I've not tested, microphone. That's one good aspect. I didn't, because again, out of everything else I've worked on. Joey's still going on about. He's playing profit or loss. So yeah, that's actually it's that bloody connector. Oh, that's frustrating. Here she goes. Right, so let me rewind it. So let me. That's it. Because I want to bring it. I want to show you guys, but I've got this bloody thing back up here. So I'm going to go click record, and then I'm going to click play. And then you see, we're going to go testing. So the microphones are going to be on the left and right. It's dual microphone on here, so it's stereo. So if I go 1, 2, 3, 4, hello, stop. Right, let's play that. We should hear it when we play it back. We're going to go testing. So the microphone. It's a little bit of an issue. Left and right. It's dual microphone on here, so it's stereo. So if I go 1, 2, 3, 4, hello. Stop. Right. Well, that's interesting. It's not coming out in full. It's not broadcasting out in stereo, but when it records in stereo through the radio because you can hear it in the sound, but the recording side for the microphone, so the microphones are mono. They're not, that indicates, that means they're mono microphones, they're not stereo microphones. And it makes sense because it says on there stereo radio cassette. So the radio records in the stereo side because but the microphones itself are actually mono themselves. And that hissing, that's the general wear of not the heads on the cassette player, that is the tape with the carbon being literally worn on these cassettes. But remember, how old is this cassette? I'd say it's more older than this radio. And the trouble is, with all carbon, like a lot of carbon, like the reel-to-reels, they deteriorate, and this is what happens over time. And the deterioration, unless you get brand new cassette tapes, then that's the only way you're going to eliminate that sort of hissing and that sort of that type of background noise where it feels like it's washed out. But looking at that, the heads are actually quite fine. There's no issues. They don't even need cleaning. The pinch roller does. It's got a lot of oxidation on, but that could be for another time. But the main thing is, she's running. I mean, I can't believe how well she's, it's working beautiful. Except for this bloody connector at the end of the day. But I breathed some life into her at the end of it. She is running the way she should be running. So I'm just grateful that it's all now done. So no, I'm actually pleased with that, guys. I am. I'm thinking, looking at that, and that weren't pulling no more than less than 200 amps that's going through it. So I was right in my theories when I've done some researching on because there's no information on this. You can download the manual, but it doesn't show you any of the schematics. It's not showing nothing, absolutely nothing. It will just tell you how to operate the system, but it won't tell you how to fault find it if there's any issues. Pico. Alright, let's have a look. Tips. If the amps is delivering, for example, 2 times 3 watts, 6 watts, the output of the current is 9 volts. So 6 times 9 is 0.6. See, he's done the calculation. How clever is that bloke? They even done. See, you've saved me the headache. I'd have actually. Do you know what? I could have saved you this. I would have actually asked AI. I would have said. I would have asked AI and let them deal with it, because it would have done all the calculation. But it don't matter. You've done the calculation for me. So that actually proves it. What you just said there. 6 plus 9 equals 0.66666. So it's 0.67 of an amp. So that's about right. So very little for what that pulls. So you take that 0.67 on top on when it's under load, then it's all lies. Oh no. He's got me to it now. So yeah, I was just going to say bloody hell, it's all lies. So yeah, great, nice one. You've got me on that. But yeah, I was going to say, given on that, you probably can work out the voltages for it. I mean, I'm going to do a bit of researching on it, because I love learning about volts and amps, because it's an important part of learning repairs. Because if you get the incorrect value, this is how you can damage components and blow components. So it's a big part to learn of doing repairs anyway. But you did get me on that, Pete. I'd say. Yeah, tech repairs, you are correct. No, I was saying that it was a lie if you used it. Oh, hate the AI. Right, okay. So yeah, but I'm sure there's because you've got to do a bit of math when it's working involving at the end of the day. But put it on the power brick, the bench, and that will tell you what it's pulling. So under load, and that's what you want to do, because you want to know the maximum amount of amps that it's going to be pulling. But I'll double check. I thought, do you know what? You really convinced me on that one. I thought that was actually quite funny. But yeah, the main thing is she's working. She is up and running, and it went, which I knew it was anyway, because it worked on batteries. But what I'm going to do, I still want to learn that circuitry of that transformer, because transformers are an important part of like everything, like all transformers, because they put transformers in power supplies of Xboxes. As I said, I've got that Commodore 64 power supply down here. It's completely bricked at the end of the day. I want to find out and diagnose that and see what's causing it, because again, one of them must have been overvolting and took one of them components out. So this is what I was saying about earlier on, about overvolting things and checking power supplies. It's a crucial part. And looking at most of these don't have overload circuit protection. They just overvolt and then just burn a resistor out at the end of the day. And the trouble is, if you burn a value out of a resistor and you can't get the schematics, now you don't know roughly what to put back in it unless you buy one, test that resistance, and then you'll know what to replace it. But that's going to be costly, and this is what learning about doing this stuff is. I thought the C64 power supplies were sealed in a resin. No, that's what I thought. I've got one here, and this one blew up. It just stopped working. It didn't give no magic smoke. This one's got Commodore written on it. Right. This is, I'll put all the screws. I've got this. We'll probably look at it. This one is, look how discoloured this is. It's got Commodore. So this one was the C64 at the end of the day. So again, I took all the bits out on that front. No, what was that? I don't know what that was. That's not supposed to be in there. That wasn't for that. That was for something else. But the colour dissuasion. This is what I was saying to you about earlier on. If you look at the colour from inside compared to that, I mean, that's like a bloody smoker's colour. This is why I said retro brighting. And looking at them keys to compare to that, that's the colour it should be, not that colour or the outside colour. So I'd probably going to take the bar off, because the chances are, if I took these keys, they're going to break. They will literally, you will break them. So I will probably retro brighten that and bring the keys back to its natural colour, like I did with my Amiga at the end of the day. Because my Amiga, I kid you not, was the same colour as that. It was darker. It was actually darker than that, a lot darker. And to look at it now, it's like brand new. It's absolutely out of this world at the end of it. But yeah, getting back to this, there's no circuit protection. I've just looked at the circuit in this, and I can see that on the top of my head, where obviously the power's got to come in. So we've got voltage coming in from 240. So we've got the switch. So you've got the neutral there and the live. The live's going straight in to this regulator. So you obviously always going to have a voltage regulator, and I can see it. 0.58, 250. So it's got 250 volts, 0.5 amps, and it's running at. So it's 0.5 amps. So I'll have to test that, but I did test the fuse, and the fuse was fine. But what's failed the system? I'll double check. Let me just take that fuse out and double check that fuse. But I can already see there's nothing wrong with that fuse. It's absolutely fine. But I'll take the fuse and test it. So again, that's not done its job. So this is a prime example of power supplies failing time and time again at the end of the day. This is why it's really crucial. There's no circuit protection, so the voltage comes in. It's being regulated, but the trouble is, if this is one of these components of failing, i.e., normally capacitors, right? These are the biggest culprits going, because capacitors always lose their capacitance. They rather go high value and act like a resistor, right? And at the end of the day, or they go the other way, leak and just go and destroy the board. So these are a big part. Diodes. I've not known a diode to break down. I'm not saying that they don't, but a component will take a diode out if it's faulty. But looking inside, when it comes to looking at this, I could actually see in between them two resistors, there is literally a burn spot right in between. And I reckon what's happened, this thing over time is overvolted itself because of that regulator going in, because that is like a voltage regulator. It takes a 250, governs it down, right? Then it goes through the filter caps, boosts them back up, goes through the inductor, and then again through to the transformer, right? So again, every power supply will have a transformer, and then it will just filter back out, go all the way back round, and give you 12 volts, and will give you out. So we're going to test this fuse. Now, if that was the case, if this had circuit protection, it would have blown the fuse. But I guarantee the fuse is okay, right? So I'm testing, that's okay. Let's test the fuse. And how did I know that fuse was going to be okay? So there's no surprise there. Again, with these old consoles, this is what I said to Worms earlier, right? Don't just shove the power supply in. Do a test first, because what tends to happen over time? These tend to give out high power, and that indicates that a component in these power bricks are breaking down. Now this is what Retro 6 was doing. He was reversing engineering and doing clean comps, because it makes sense, because these are now failing. They're getting, some of these consoles are getting on for nearly 50 years. Some are over 50 years. The Atari 2600 is older than me. That's shameful. That is really, really shameful. But it goes to show that's how old these consoles are. And these don't have circuit protection in them. So what tends to happen, the voltage goes in, it spikes where it's just going out of control. The voltage can't go anywhere, and it's going to take a diode out, or it's going to take a resistor out. Or it'll damage the board so much, it's beyond repair at the end of the day. I think that the transformer's fine. Looking at that burn mark in between, I can see 2 burn marks. I'm going to have a stab in the dark and say it's took 2 resistors out. And if them resistors are not reading the true value on that, they're going to want replacing. I've got loads of resistors. I should be alright with resistors. I'm going to need to check the values. Disconnect one side of the leg, because you should never try and read it in circuit. it's going to give you a false reading because it's going to be reading other components in the circuit. So I would take one side of the leg out, read it, check its value, and that's the correct way of checking it anyway. And if the value of them are not nowhere near it, that's the problem that is now, because now it can't reach enough volts to go into the next component. But I will check for ground, for shorts, for anything else. But I would say the power supply is fine. But what's happened, the voltage has gone in, that voltage regulator is probably gone through to some of these filters, and you've got look like a rifter cap there. Again, these are known for going bad, right? Because it actually says it on there, on these. So this one's up to 1,600 volts. So again, it takes high voltage, but it would do if it's next to this bugger. So you know, again, this takes heat away. So when it's under load, so I will check these. They're like a form of MOSFET, but they do the same thing. They would take the voltage, regulate it, and go back. And the transformer would then, because this is why it's put in the middle. So it's taking the voltage going through the caps. The voltage, the transformer then governing it all back down, putting it through the caps, giving it its boost, and going through coils to eliminate the noise, and then giving you your 12 volts, because this will be 12 volts, 5 volt and 12 volt. That's all it takes at the end of the day. And this is the trouble with like a lot of this circuitry. There's no protection. The fuse has not done its job. So what the fuse has done, the voltage has gone straight in at 220 on that, and these are timed fuses. This one's got TA, so this is a timed 1 amp fuse. So I can actually see it's got T1A. So that is a timed. That would probably be a fast. That would be a slow burn. What they call a slow burn fuse. It will have an S or an F on the side of the fuse, and it will tell you fast or slow. And looking at that, I would say that's a slow burn fuse. Bit like what the arcades use. They use slow burn, not fast burn. If that was a fast burn, then that wouldn't have happened. That could have protected the whole of this circuit, right, at the end of the day, and that wouldn't have took some of these resistors out and see what other damage it's done. But unless that fuse has been replaced at some point in its life and someone's put the incorrect fuse in it, because these would be, to me, to have a power supply in would be a fast burn, not a slow burn. Because if there's a power fault, like a surge or residual power coming in and it can't take it, that fast burn fuse would have popped before anything else on that board would have been taken out. And that makes sense because there's no circuit protection in there, none. So a fast burning fuse would have stopped that, that would have prevented that from going. So to me, you know, or it's just failed beyond that point and just took the it's just took the you know, the resistors out, because them resistors look black, they look very burnt. So, you know, like I said, it's a learning curve with some of this stuff. Shame. But the main issue is, I'm more pleased that this is up and running. I need to order to get that now, because I want to keep this one. This one's working lovely. It seems to have a better sound than the other one. The other one works beautiful, and I can prove it, but the tape recorder don't work great on it. So it's obviously got a tape recorder issue. It's a shame, because this one is 2-speaker, you've got a 2-way and 4-speaker system, but we've got the same problem as what that other one had. Now this one was a little bit, the other one was a 4.3, this is a 4.6. So this one here was actually, this one's a little bit of a later model looking at this, but it's got a problem with the tape side. Straight away, the eject don't work on it because it looks like it's had a little bit of work on the arm that's been busted, because I can actually see it on the side, and I can show you guys what I mean. So whoever's done this has not done a great job, and you break the plastics, you're just going to go brittle over time on these. So, and this is exactly what's happened. Someone's actually grounded and broke this because it's not sitting right to shut. I mean, it does sort of shut, but it's not great. I mean, the latch seems to be broke, and it seems that you have to push it at the bottom. So, but this one again, this one is got a beat control, beat channel controller. So, and also you've got an external mic, being a later version I mean, in theory, what I could have just done was just swap the tape deck over and the thing on it, and this will be a later model. But again, it had the exact same problem as the other one. So this one, I've done a mod on the side and run it on the side there. Not ideal, because it's, like I said, I'm still learning about electrics and learning how to do electrical repairs, and it is a learning curve. I've learned a lot at the end of the day. So yeah, actually putting it into that, onto that front. But this works lovely. This, I've not got any issues. If I take that out, switch that off, because I don't want to end up getting blowing the system, and then I can put it on the right way, because I put a little mark. Tip goes to tip, and it does. That goes onto there, and she plugs in at the side, and we should have, let's see, yeah, she's working lovely. So we've got, if I can sort of like on that front, this has got, again, got a nice end. It's just the tape is just a bit janked on it on this one, but again, wants a new, this one wants wants a new tape deck replacement, and the door mechanism. But you know, this will do someone for work if they just want to put it in their shed and listen to the radio, because these have really nice sound, and it's got lovely stereo sound on that front. So I thought, yeah, right, let's put the tape in. Let's try that tape. Let's take that tape out. No, it's not in that one. Where is that tape gone? And I'll show you what I mean with the tape. It's not the greatest. It sounds rough as, it sounds literally rougher than Gandhi. And I'm not joking. It is bad. And I tried replacing the belt. Didn't really make a difference, to be honest. I should have wasted £7 on a belt. But then again, it does a job. But it's just unfortunate it won't, it won't play on that side. So what have I just done with that tape? I'm going to show you guys this one. So the other one is up and running. So I am going to, what I do, because of that one that it is now all up and running, I'll leave it the way it is, and I'll order them other parts and swap that over on another. I could do that in a tea break or something, and stream that in a tea break. But the main thing is, I've done it. But I want to put these power supplies, and I do want to sort that out, because I think it's a vital thing to do. You have a quick look at the. Let's have a quick look and see what that's a power supply would be good for one to go down on the stream. Yeah, it would actually. Yeah, but these change resistors would also recap it. Also, yeah, I probably would actually. I mean, you don't know how long they've been sitting in there for. Remember, capacitors they lose capacitance over time. They act like resistors. They go up in value or go down in value. And if it's not enough, not the correct value in it, and then it starts playing up, then you'll start having issues of voltages being incorrect. They rather spike really high, and you think, oh bloody hell, what have I done? Yeah, and this is how you can take the systems out. Right. I don't think there's anything on these tapes, but let me just double check. This one on here, it's not. It is playing. You hear that wonkiness? This is obviously, I mean, this is for one of the cassette things when you're doing the things, but it's playing. But that I'll tell you what that could be. Off the top of my head, do you want my best guess on that? And I bet I'm near enough right, because I've worked on these old systems before. I'm going to say, a stab in the dark, it's going to be the motor. Is poor. Is in poor condition at the end of the day. It's not strong enough at the end of the day. And also capacitance, because the capacitors have never been changed in this, so the values might be a bit down. That again, not putting enough power into the components it needs to complete that circuit for it to go in. So I reckon this needs a capacitor. I would say, if it was me, change the capacitors, right, on the end of the day. change them motors, because you can actually buy them motors. You can, because remember, you can take them out. They'll only be 12 volts anyway, up to 12 bit, because it will take it from the capacitor and give it its boost it needs from 9, and it can boost all the way up. But in circuitry, it's just 9 volts. At the end of the day, 1 amp be fine. But that wonkiness, rather, is where it's trying to pull that extra power. That's where it could be that the motor's struggling. Also, the capacitance could be down, not giving it enough juice to the motor. So I would say capacitors first, see if that changes it, and then, because it's going to do it good anyway by changing it. The trouble with them voltage electronic ones, you need to recap them, and more often than not. Yeah, you're right. Remember, like you said, without checking the scales, these are going to be mid-90s. So at the end of the day, remember, I brought these back to life, comparing they had no faults in them whatsoever. It worked on batteries, just didn't work on that. But now, obviously, you don't need batteries because I've done it through that side. It's not ideal because even with this, to be honest, I was going to say it's got circuit protection, but it's got no circuit protection, because obviously the circuit protection on this was that the voltage was coming in, going to the transformer, then to the fuse. So what actually happened was, put it into the 110 with a 240, blew the transformer, but it didn't take the fuse. So now the power can't get through to the fuse, and then that's it. Can't complete the circuit to go to the ceramic capacitors to your output to power the rest of the machine up. So so this again, poor power. It's got poor protection, very poor protection. It's gone back to front with the protection. So I'm not going to give up with these, because I'm thinking that that's the one thing I am going to do, is take that off and try that other one. Because I thought a buck converter would do that. You can step it down, and then, or you can turn it up. You've got a buck inverter or buck converter. So one will take one up, one will take one down at the end of the day. And they are pretty good for governing power. But unfortunately, the max they can take is 48 volts. They don't do a 250 volt one at the end of the day. But this one here, yeah, I mean, it is working. It is working. The radio works beautiful. So if someone wants to, I ain't even had time to put this on eBay yet, but these fetch really good, decent money. Regardless to what I've done, I can't see this not fetching any more than probably about £20-25. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a bit of history. At the end of the day, fully working properly, then yeah, they're worth a little bit more money at the end of it. But like you said, these can go anywhere from 60 and above at the end of it, because again, normally about 50 to 60 quid fully working. But I've not seen one fully working. 9 out of 10, they've all got the same fate. They've all got blown transformers, where they've put the correct voltage into the 110 and took the transformer out. So that is why, and they want like £20 not working. I would say I wouldn't pay that. At the end of the day, these were thrown out. So this one, and the back door missing on this one. So yeah, in the end, the day that you saved its history and going through the landfill. Well, that's my argument. I mean, I've saved it from the electronic waste. Someone was clearing out this shed and thought, we don't want them poxy old things, at the end of the day. Like all electronics, at the end of the day. The more you save, as J2 Cents one says, he says, save the consoles. It's best to save the consoles. Save all this. Save as much as you can. But I am pleased that this one is fully working, and she's working, and this one's in much better nick. Besides a little bit, I could touch that up with a silver pen at the end of the day with some of these scratches. But to me, I would say that gives it its character, and like all furniture, you don't want it too perfect, because to me that reads its history of this thing being used. It looks great with all my retro stuff on the shelf. I'm just glad I just didn't get round to sorting it out, because again I thought, I'll make a start. No, I'm starting on other stuff. but I wanted to retro bright these keys because they are bloody dark as hell. I mean, not even my Commodore 64 looks as bad as that. They're actually quite bad. I mean, I could put the switches in the ultrasonic cleaner, clean them with the ultrasonic, and give them sort of like a bath on that front. But this darkness at the back, I'll leave that because I don't think if I retro brighten that, it probably won't look right. And this is quite dark on the front, on the back here, so it actually looks. But I like to get a new aerial, see if I can replace the aerial on it at the end of the day. And I'm sure when it comes to something with these, I can sort something out, like drilling a tiny little connector and putting a rod in or something, and then I could just move the rod up and down at the end of it. Because when you're taking these out, you've got to lift it up and slide it forward. So that's the only way you can take these out anyway. But yeah, she is now working. Compared to yesterday, I wanted to know why it wasn't working when I took it out of circuit. It's because I've got to complete the circuit by joining the wires, and you've got to know where to join the wires. So yeah, I'm glad she's now done on that front, guys. You know, it was worth definitely getting done. So I can now have a bite to eat and have a clean up and clear up all this bloody mess at the end of the day. You know, now I've sorted all this out, you know, this is a lot better because obviously I've got the lamp above now, where yesterday it was strapped to my boom arm with my 4K camera, and it kept getting in my bloody way, and I went, and it was blinding me at the same time, and I went, no. I went, that's doing my head in. I can't have it like that. It's just not on. Okay, you know, and yeah, this is a lot better, hell of a lot better. So, but yeah. So yeah, what I'm going to say is, guys, thanks for joining this stream. So literally looking at that, okay, but thanks for the stream, guys. Yeah, thanks for joining. I really appreciate it on that front. So you know, it literally the coming up to that point of getting that sorted. I'm just glad that it's now done. They are taking, but I'm glad that I wrote the voltages down and see what that's pulling. So I know that it's not going to be putting a lot of amps anyway. So that's peace of mind, and I'll keep that piece of paper strapped to the back, and I know roughly what amp it's pulling. So I know in future, if that's started to spike, then obviously that's a power issue at the end of the day. It wouldn't hurt to give it a capacitor change. I mean, it's probably never had a capacitor change in its life since it come off the factory. But yeah, I'm thinking I'm definitely going to go down that route. But the main thing is, let's sort that out first with this power supply. Once I've sorted this out, this power supply, once I get that sorted out, then I'm thinking that this would be great to put back and then give it a proper, you know, the way it was intended to be at the end of the day. And hopefully that would then give it its protection. I can't see why that shouldn't work. I just can't. You know, I've done the calculations. It worked. It seems to be right for what I said. 9 volts. I didn't want to push it any more than that. And it's playing the cassettes fine. It's not pulling no more than less than 200 amps. You know, out of 1,000 amps at the end of the day. So yeah, I can't see it not being an issue at the end of it. So even the other one, if that is a 500 milliamp, I think that's more than enough for what that machine can put out. So that's all I wanted to do some testing. So yeah, I'll probably I've got, what have I got to do tomorrow? I've got to sort some power supply out, but I want to do an upgrade on this. Let me quickly show you. Before I go, this is the next thing I want to try tomorrow. This coming a couple of weeks ago. I've done some upgrades on it, but I've got to find the power supply to it, right? So I've got this bit of a beast. This here is a dyno order, right? Now this is what they use for tills, right? Because if I show you, it's got a bit at the top where you can tap the wireless pay, and also this is also a display at the back to show the customer that if you want to use like how much it's coming to. Now I've managed to grab some of the till work, because these are normally networked. These are what they normally use for networking. This runs on a Windows operating system. This did have Windows 8 on it. I upgraded, put Windows 11 on, or Windows 10, I can't remember. At the end of the day, powers up. It does power up. You've got all the connectors underneath. So look, so it's fully working. I mean, it's been stuffed in a cupboard. So you've got all the connectors. So you've got your Ethernet, where that'll be, they do the remote connection and all that. Yeah, look, I was looking for that. Look, bloody hell, Netgear, right? So that is my wireless dongle. So it connects wirelessly, because this don't have built-in Wi-Fi, right? And so you have to run it direct, because it's been an old system. But do you know what I was going to use this for? And I come up with the idea, and I wanted to. I'm still looking into it. At the end of the day, this is all touchpad, right? This is electronic, so you can touch the screen. So you normally double tap. It's got a calculator. It's a full working PC. Well, that's what tills are anyway. Like the till, the one I'm working work. It's a full integrated Windows PC. It's just that it's got the built-in touchpad. These are great. These fetch really good money. I mean, at the end of the day. But do you know what I was going to turn it into? And because it runs on an operating system, you can run Linux if you wanted to. You know, Linux is a much thing on it. I'm not sure about drivers, because it might have issues of getting drivers. But Windows seems fine on it, absolutely fine. So I don't think it's got Windows 11. I think it's got Windows 10. So Windows 10 is not being supported, and this won't have TPM 2.0 to get round it. But I can bypass it and get round it and install Windows anyway. So it's not an issue, because like I said, I navigate around PCs like you drink water, so that's not a problem for me. So I can put Windows 11 on, and I can't see it not being an issue, and that will update it. And, but because it's all touchscreen, I was going to turn this into what they call a jukebox, a jukecade. So it's touchscreen. So you think about it, runs on an operating system at the end of the day, and I am really considering about it, because this will be great to have running in the background, and play all your favourite tracks, and you can run it on autoplay, and literally you just touch it, because it's a touchscreen anyway. They're called megacades. They have them in bars, and they have them in nightclubs at the end of the day, and they do have them put on the wall, but they're not for sale. They're only for lease only, so they lend them out, because they have to get a certain amount back. But they can update them. They update them by it connecting to the net. They don't even have to. The owner don't even have to touch it. It's all done for you. At the end of the day, they put all the latest operating system on. They put all of the latest interface, and all you basically do is that it'll be connected to a coin mechanism. So you put your pound in, right, and it'll play your track. Panda track, and it sounds about right for what they used it for. So basically you just touch it, put your money in, select what track you want, and it'll play. It'll be on a video, or you will have MP3. Normally 9 out of 10 it'll be an MP4, so it'll be the audio as well as the video playing, and then it'll stream, and you can actually have it connected to a TV. This model here doesn't have the later models will have what the HDMI output. They'll have an output on these, the later models. This hasn't. It's all VGA. But what I could do on that, I could actually use my projector, because that's got VGA out, right, at the end of the day. I was thinking of doing another way round of this system. Where is it? Here it is, yeah. Because these are Andy don't like projectors. I can see why. This one, and a dodgy. I bought this at CEX. I paid £30 for it. Unbelievable. He said it's got a problem. He said it does work. he said, but the bulb's intermittent. He said it's got a problem with it. He said, we can't sell it, but if you want to buy it, it's non-returnable. You can have it for 30 quid. I went, I'll take it at the end of the day. When I checked, this one's got an HDMI output. It's a really, really good projector. I sorted it out, right? I don't know, Andy don't like projectors because of these things forever going wrong at the end of the day. But yeah, HDMI output, right? So it's got HDMI, where's that going? So yeah, it's got HDMI output, VGA input. So that will be output on that thing. So I could take the output on that and put it into the input on this. It's also got the RGB, so I can have all that. And it's also got composite. So it's got all of the natural inputs into this at the end of the day, and it's got a USB side. So I could plug MP3s and MP4s to plug in and stream it that side. This will be perfect. So basically, all I basically need to do is take the output of that Mega Touch on that screen, plug it into this, project this straight onto the wall, and at the end of the day, and there you've got your video cade coming straight out. All right, it's not ideal because you're doing it through a projector, but it'll still make a great party trick. So if you ever do a disco or something, if you can play everything through that and through this and project it on a wall that's about 100 foot at the end of the day, maybe even bigger, you know, and the picture quality on this is really good. It's about 3,000 nit brightness on this. It's really good. It's just that the bulb holder was a bit brittle. So what I've done, I couldn't get parts for Epson. So basically what I basically managed to do, I took one of an old Epson, and it was very similar, but the connections were different. So what I've done, swapped the connections over and basically put it onto the bulb holder, and I soldered it, and it done the work. It's a shame I didn't get it on stream, but it works. It works lovely now. So it makes proper connection all of the time. So yeah, that was one of these on that front. And the only thing I haven't got, it didn't come with the controller. It's got infrared controller. That's one thing I didn't get with it, which is a shame. But you can't get the bits for these. So when these go wrong, they just die a death at the end of it. But yeah, I definitely think that might be what I'm going to be doing with that Mega Touch. I think the stream I'm going to be doing next is probably be doing upgrading, a little bit different, and I'll show you the process of what I need to do, because I've got an Elgato capture card now, so I can stream it and show you guys the process and how to get around to 2.0 TPM 2.0 and how to get and bypass it, because Windows latest patch they stopped it. But if you're a whiz like myself and you know about computers, there's no protection. You can get around any protection if you just know how to do it and go around the system. I do. I've done thousands of them, so it's not a problem for me. I will do that. So, but yeah, I'm thinking that would make a great Mega Touch sort of like jukebox, because that's perfect. You don't get to see them on that front, but yeah, this works lovely. I haven't even booted. The last time I booted the printer up was over a year ago. I booted it up the other day. I've got a big spot on the wall, and it lit it up like Crystal Palace. I was watching a film through the USB stick on it, and I kept looking at it. I thought, bloody hell, it's bigger than my TV. And it's really good quick picture quality. So, and I've got a nice big Epson screen that I bought from Argos. It's buried on the balcony. So I've even got the proper screen that goes with this Epson printer at the end of the day, and it's great because it now sort of matches it at the end of the day. But yeah, you can't beat them. It's great for playing retro games on though, because now you've got a nice big screen and it literally fills the screen up. So when you're playing Super Mario, the characters are about the character looks like he's about 8 foot tall. You literally think, Jesus, Mario's grew. So yeah, port terminals basically computers and lots of the I/O ports and principles, and do support them if they run Windows, Linux and distributes, and even the Androids. Yes, you're right, exactly it. 8-bit computer repair. The that's the way I look at it. Is like you said, the terminals are basically just the components on that front. So yeah, they will run. You can run most of all of the operating systems. You shouldn't have any issues. But yeah, I am looking forward. I just don't know. I've got stacks of stuff to do. I just don't know what one to do next, because it's like you said, I've got laptops there. That some of these laptops, the only thing that they can't run Windows anymore is because the laptops are far too old. There's about 8 laptops in that corner. They've all got multiple issues. 9 out of 10 keyboard and hard drive failure. That's probably the biggest thing that's wrong with them. And probably the batteries are dead as anything. And they're all right for parts. I could probably get them up and running and put Windows Linux on them. It'd be fine with Linux. I could stream it outside and show you. There's all different distributes of Windows Linux, and I'll probably go for Linux Mint, because Linux Mint's more of a Windows feel if you want to get it close to Windows at the end of the day. But not everything's compatible with Linux. This is the reasons why, even though it's open source and it's bloat free, not everything's compatible. This is the reasons why 90% of the time people go back to Windows, is because Windows puts a lot of drivers and it's compatible with a lot of software at the end of it. So it's like my VR headset behind me, my Meta Quest 3. Like I said, I haven't even booted that. That's been nearly a year. There's probably updates sitting on for that at the end of the day. That's great. That really gives you a great feature on that front. But you can use them standalone, so you don't need a PC for that. But yeah, at some point, I really want to sort the Ataris out. I've got 2 Atari STs on that front. The boards I need to engineer, because one of them's got a bad signal. The ones on there, I've got 2 Ataris sitting on this one. So let me show you on here quickly. So I've got 2. These are completely different Rev Ds or something like that on there. So these are both 1040s, different resolution ones on there. So I've got 2 of these. One of these, I tried changing the shifter. I changed the chips. The only thing that I haven't done and changed is this one's working. So this one that I'm touching here, this one is actually physically working. There's nothing wrong with it. It has got a problem. It won't talk to the hard drive on that front, but it'll work on the floppy. It won't. If you can buy with the Atari STs, you can actually buy an external hard drive to docks. They do have them. I've not seen one, to be honest. I didn't even know nothing about them. It's news to me. But this one, it won't dock to that drive. There's a problem on the board on that front. But it works with the floppy drive. I tested it. He's right. He let me have it reasonably cheap. He let me have it for about 30 quid. He said it's got a problem. He said, but it does play from the floppies. So he said, if you want to put a drive emulator in that, he said, like a floppy drive emulator, he said, you'll be fine. He said, if you try to dock it with the hard drive, it won't see it. He said, there's a problem with that board somewhere along the line. Now this one, that one was, what resolution? That one was Rev D. This one over here, this one I bought is 40 in a job lot, and this one is a Rev A. So this is a very first edition of the 1040s. Now I tried the video shifter chip, because I thought if there's no display, it's coming up with no display on this at the end of it. So again, the diagnostic cartridge is telling me that it's not giving off nothing. So straight away I tried the shifter chip. That's why I bought this. So I bought the other one to try to swap the shifter chip over, thinking, right, well that could be your video signal at the end of the day. No, it made no difference at the end of the day. When I put my hand, there is a test, a way to do these boards. You can use the thing called the heat, your back of your hand to check for heat resistance. and you can check, because when these are powered up, they should get warm. Not all the chips, but some will get more toastier than others at the end of the day. Now, when I touched some of these RAM chips, because there's the 520 will only have half, the bank of 5. It'll only have it'll have 510 on one bank and another 510 on the other. That is your 1040 or whatever it works out. It's in parallel. They work in so on this one. This works lovely. This one don't have any issues besides that problem it's got. But all of these, when I felt the chips on them, they was all even, right? Now when I felt the chips on this one, some were getting a little bit more warmer than others, but some felt cold. Now if that's the case, this will actually throw a wobbler and actually will not post. Because remember, if it can't complete a circuit, it will stay stuck until it completes that circuit. Because it's like you said, I thought the way RAM works was it would just come up RAM issue at the end of the day. No, the Ataris don't work like that. They have to work like the arcades. It sees it, it does itself like a post. It will do a self-diagnostic test, and if it can't complete that test, it won't post anything. Because I read forums, and the bloke that I forgot what his name, he was on the forum, and he said no, these have to complete. If these don't complete, you won't get any display. So he said the chances are, he said that you might have most of your RAM that's failed. He said if the video shipped and you tested it and swapped it over, he said the chances are that the video shift is okay, the chances are that your RAM's gone bad. And I went, oh, for bloody Pete's sake. So I've swapped most of these chips over and I ticked them. All the ones that I know, I've swapped these ones over to the working one to see if they've all worked. And that's why if you see most of these, they're all ticked. They've got a tick mark on at the end of the day. And I can show you that. I've put ticks on these. So I know that most of these, the ones I've checked, I've already done it. The ones that I can't check is the RAM. And the reasons why I can't change that is because these ones are all sitting in a standoff, right? They're all standing up in their own little ports. Now these ones on this board, they're soldered to the board. And that was the original way. So whoever's had this must have had issues at this at some point. So what they've done, they took the board out and literally thinking, well, okay, we'll put all the RAMs back in now. So what I've got to do on this is literally put all standalones on these, but there's so many on there. It's about 20, I think, maybe even a bit more. How many here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's 32. There's 32 of them. I've got to desolder. So I've got to desolder 32, then put 32 standoffs in, and then swap the RAM over from this one to the good one to see if it posts. And if it don't post, then I know which one's what at the end of them. I'll have to do one at a time to see if to rectify it. Because like I said, it's the only way of knowing of what's causing it. Because 9 out of 10, it's going to be a RAM issue. And it'd be a shame because at the moment, this one is not posting nothing. Not that one, this one here, because I've put it on there. I've tried soldering, but it needs a new one. So I've put notes into it. So that's the next thing it needs to be tested, is take the RAM out, swap it over to see if this posts or not. To see if I get a post, but I haven't got round to it because I've been doing other tasks at the end of the day. But this one does work. But I've got all the case with it on there. But I've got to desolder 32 of this lot. And again, what I said about earlier on about soldering and delaminating, these are all done by factory. Looking at these have never been taken off. Now, the only downside of doing them is like all of these. The chances are that you can popcorn these very easy because they have a very thin layer of this solder mask on there, and it wouldn't take much to desolder and delaminate that and you know, do a lot of trace damage. Because looking at most of these on there, these all run in line with each other, and they're so thin these wouldn't take much to do, but it's painstakingly long work to do. But I suppose it's worth doing, I suppose, because like I said, I was saving another Atari ST 1040 FM, you know, at the end of the day. So it'd be interesting to see, you know, once I get this one posted, because I'd like to see this one done. Not that one, this one here, because this is the one that's sitting with the problem. But yeah, guys, sitting on there sidetracking. But yeah, I've got plenty of projects. It's just that I just don't know what to start on, you know, because once you start it, I like to finish it, you know, on that front. But I just don't know what to do. I mean, that PCs will still take a few hours to upgrade, but I could show you the process. I've now got a capture card. I can show you exactly the process I go through to upgrade an old system to put a modern system on. So if you want me to do that, I can show you the process, because that's not going to have TPM 2.0. I'll tell you that now. It had Windows 8 on it. So, you know, that's going to be, the machine's going to throw a wobbly if I try it, and it's going to say, no, you can't do that. But I know how to get around the system anyway, so it's not a problem. But if you want me to, I can show you the process of how I do it and go through. But it won't be a 5-minute process, but it will be interesting. I can show you of how it goes through and how to get it all done. But yeah, it's entirely up to you guys. You know, you're the ones that's watching. I'm only in there. I mean, like you said, I'm only doing it for entertainment purposes. I'd have had to do it anyway, regardless, to go on that front. But yeah, it is definitely interesting. You know, it's more of the PCs. I mean, I've got a stack of PCs in the bedroom that I've got to go through. I don't know what's on them. You know, I've not even booted them up. You know, I must have about at least six towers in there. I don't know what's wrong with them, but you know, we're not allowed to sell them because of data protection. Because again, it's got people's information on. I would have scrubbed them anyway, so it's not a problem. I would do a data wipe, so you can't recover it. So it's not an issue for me, and I've got plenty of drives. If they are faulty, I've got plenty of old hard drives sitting around. So you know, doing an upgrade on them. But yeah, you know, it's something to be getting on with. That's one good thing on here. But yeah, I've got to do these at some point because they've been sitting around for so bloody long. Because I can put this one back together. What was it? Yeah, I can put this one back together and literally put it all back in its shell, and this one's up and running. So that's one good aspect. But then it's still not going to help me with that RAM. So what I didn't really want to do was take the RAM. I actually still what I might do, find out how much the RAM is and just buy the RAM, because they can't be that expensive for the Ataris. Because I know what'll happen if I start taking these chips out. Right, I know what'll happen. Eventually, I will damage a trace, and then I'll have to do trace repair, which is not great, because then I'm going to have to get enamel wire, run all the wire and bypass it to the next one, because I know how fragile these machines are, and they are really, really fragile. They're not the easiest things to work on. They don't like being mucked about with at the end of the day. So I might just invest in, I've tested the other chips, I might just invest in getting some RAM and putting this one back together, because I don't really want to damage this. This is another full working Atari 1040. So, which will be, you know, put it back to its working condition, because I know what's going to happen. The bloody dog's going to jump on it and break something on the board at the end of it. But yeah, I'll probably end up doing that, you know, because I don't really fancy desoldering 32 chips. You know, I'll probably get halfway through and thought, oh, for God's sake, this is time consuming. I could be cracking on with something else. Something a bit more interesting, because that's not very interesting to try and, you know, take the chips out, just to see me cock it up and make good content, I suppose. But I don't really want to tempt fate, because I know what these are like, so I probably won't. I'm probably just going to put this back together, and just order some chips, because these have already got the standoffs. I've got the tool to pull these chips out and just replace them. Just find a full working one with all working chips in them and just swap them over, because the chances are some of these are going to be dead. When I felt them, some got hot, some were stone cold. And if that's not the case, because when I tried these ones, they was all the same warmth. So I'm going to say after these chips are dead, the RAM chips are dead in that one. So I'm just going to swap. I think it'd just be easy. I should have just done that to bloody start with. But it don't matter. I've got this one quite cheap anyway, so it's nice to have I've got a 520 now, a 1040. So one with more RAM in it, so it's which is a bit more quicker. But alright guys, I'm going to knock it on the head now, so I'm going to have a quick bite to eat, have my sandwich, and I'll catch you guys in another stream. So if you see me live, just jump on and say hello. Okay guys, so take it easy, and we're going to end it in 5, 4, 3, 2, cheers guys. End it in 5, 4, 3, 2, cheers guys. End it in 5, 4, 3, 2, cheers guys. End it in 5, 4, 3, 2, cheers guys. End it in 5, 4, 3, 2, cheers guys. End it in OBS is active.